Always a good choice of song playing oud.
Hello. Good afternoon. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Good work on making it through the week.
Hi.
Big proud of you. I hope your week was okay. It was better than mine. Ooh. Hope you enjoyed your Friday. Sorry, I was around on Thursday. I got a little sicky. It might have been self-inflicted. I'm not too sure yet, but it is what it is. Shit happens. Oh god, I never want to eat a sandwich again though, which is really depressing because I love sandwiches, but I probably won't eat one for a hot minute now. It's just pretty depressing. Oh dear. But I hope you guys are well. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are staying cool. I know it got a bit hotter, but over here it's been quite windy. Like really fucking windy. Incredibly windy. Very loud kind of windy too. Okie dokie. Usual plans for today. We'll do a vote in a wee bit. We'll do a vote, and then depending on the vote will depend on what we do. I'm just wondering if 2 hours would potentially be enough for soup. So if we do a short stream today, I'm not sure. Maybe we have to break the rule about the Overwatch or the League of Legends because... Or maybe I could do some art, actually. I need to really get back into that and start practicing. We'll see. I'll need to do the elephants as well. But no, I hope you guys are well. Let me say my hellos real quick and we can get down to yapping for a wee bit. So, hello Snowy, congratulations on being foist. Hello Nuthead, thank you for the tier 1 resub. Happy 3 months, thank you very much for that. Hello Rhino, hello Deadmaster, hello Trashcan, hello Stevie, hello Lychee, hello Penguin, hello... thank you Deadmaster for the like. Snowy, thank you for the 195 stream streak. Hello Gem, hello Melvin. Gem, thank you for the 120 stream streak. Lychee, thank you for the 165 stream streak. Hello Ginger. Hey, when the shit suddenly happens, it was so basically I had potentially eaten something very bad. I didn't think it was gonna be bad because things looked fine and originally smelled fine, but after a while they didn't smell fine, and then I felt incredibly fucking like bleh, and then I was doing a little bit of bleh too, so it wasn't great, but we survived. I drank plenty of water and whatnot. Need to post about a sandwich on Twitter for clicks? Dude, I don't post anything on Twitter anymore. That account is dead. I don't do anything over there. Like, I was thinking about this today, actually, like, because, okay, a little bit of self-promo here. I do have a commission slot open, because I have unhealthy spending habits when it comes to cosmetics on the games that I enjoy playing. And I was like, I should probably post this on Twitter, and then didn't, because I was like, well... what's the point? I don't like Twitter. I don't know if anyone is waiting with bated breath that I post on there or not. So I didn't really know what to do. I don't know how to advertise myself anymore. Mainly because I'm like, I don't really feel like... How do I say this in a way where I'm not intending for anyone to feel bad for me, and I do not need words of affirmation. These are just feelings. But whenever I do things like this, there's been quite a few times I went to open commissions and then I closed them and then I opened them and then I closed them. And you guys probably wouldn't have been on the wiser because I didn't advertise it, because I was like, I was very on the defensive. Okay, let's see if I can do something to get something that I would like. And I was like, I don't think that my art is good enough to warrant being paid for it. And then it's a lot of back and forth with the mind demons about it. So even now, I'm like, when I posted my share, I was like, oh my god, I felt really embarrassed. That's weird though, right? Don't quite know how to get over it. Hello, Brit Boy. Hello, CJ. Hello, Temmie. Hello, Succumbio. Oh, I hope you guys are well. Oh dear. But yeah, I need to get back into actually practicing, so I'm at a point where I'm pretty happy with my art. There was some lessons and stuff that I was looking at that I just have not had a chance to yet. There's a lot going on in my life right now, not to be a Debbie Downer or anything like that. I'm juggling quite a few things, and it is making me a lot tired a lot easier. So all of these like kind of negative feelings, or if I'm getting sick and stuff, just please be assured it's not a you thing, it's a me thing. I still love streaming. I still love being sat here playing an anime girl on the internet, being a dumbass to make a few people laugh. So just in case any of you guys need a reminder or anything like that. I appreciate that, Master. I did put it so it's like one commission at a time, so I will make sure that I finish whatever has been commissioned before I accept another one. So I don't disappoint anyone with how long I potentially take if I have like, because it's just, I'm quite slow, so. Well, mostly good things. It kind of is, I guess. It's a lot of uncertain things. One of the things is I'm hoping to go and join a course for some IT stuff, but I haven't quite decided what I want to do yet. There's a lot of phone calls I have to make, a lot of like people I have to talk to because I don't want to go into something that I'm not going to enjoy or like. But there's like 3 different courses I've narrowed it down to, which was like it was like a ethical hacking one. There was like the traditional comp sci, and there was also software development. But I don't know, like I don't know what I'm feeling. So we'll see. And thank you, Stevie. I appreciate it. We have positive Paulies here to balance it out. You guys are quite often pretty positive. Yeah. Hello, Sag. How's it going? Sounds like it could be fun. Yeah, honestly, it's not that I don't enjoy computer things or whatever. Originally, I thought it was a pretty saturated, what the fuck is wrong with me? Saturated field, but turns out it's not as bad as I thought it was. So, I know I keep yarping on about my situation, but if I could possibly get anything that enables me to be able to do work from home until I am able to completely move back down closer to my family, that would be phenomenal. Because right now I'm just a sitting duck, and I hate it. It eats me alive every day. So, not to trauma dump too much on the TL. Whatever interests you the most, yeah, and that's why I need to talk to a bunch of people. That's why. That's all. Hello, Ray. How's it going? And yes, it is Catatonia. This is chat's playlist. Become a DevOps or networking engineer. Never be without a job again. I'll see what the what do you call them, counselors say? I'm chilling, thank you for asking. Ugh. I also, guys, I sliced my thumb open yesterday. Like, it's a pretty deep gash. I was cutting melon, and the knife slipped, and I was not practicing safe cutting techniques, and now there's like a gash in my thumb. It's like right on the tip too. It hurts quite a bit. My biggest problem with it is I keep forgetting that I cut it. So I'm doing stuff as normal, pretending it's not even a thing, and then I'm wondering like, oh, why does my thumb hurt so much? Ow. Thumb? I thought you said bum for some reason. Yes, I fucking gashed my butt as well. What? Yes, that's exactly what happened. Hey, to resume my IT career? But yeah. I have now, you know what the worst part was? The worst part is that the melon didn't even taste good at all. Was even worth it. It's quite possibly the most fucking bland tasting melon I've ever eaten in my life. Someone just straight up putting songs from my playlist onto yours. Who here listens to Tricot? I don't know who put what. Just so I can keep on top of putting stuff in the playlist from all of the suggestions, I usually delete them from the channel. So... Took your blood sacrifice without it lagging? Dude, I was bleeding so much. I didn't even know thumbs had that much blood. It's not the season though. I don't know when the seasons are. Like if I just want to eat some melon, I want to eat some melon. That's all there is to it. Vegetable peel part of my nail and finger off a couple of years ago. Ow. 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 I'm sorry. Ow. Fingertips usually have a shit ton of vessels. For what? Honestly, do we really need our fingers? I think we should all just cut them off. Hello, pineapple. We can have nubs instead? Yeah, why not? Let's just, we'll normalize that. We will normalize it. On the secret project, we have taken a few steps backwards. Something didn't really work out the way I intentionally wanted it to. Which is kind of sad, because my heart was a little bit set on it, but... Am I thinking about in bed when the lights are dim? You never get this. Think of what you did. Hold together with sweat and the lights are dim. Hello, Weaker. Thank you for the look. How to touch you better. Really, boy, you loving me. These things happen. Yeah, it's a bit sad because yeah, but it was like, how to explain this without giving too much away. I wasn't committed to getting I wasn't as committed to potentially getting scammed as I thought I was. We'll leave it at that. It's watermelon season, but they're expensive. I love watermelon so much. That sounds okay then. Like for the potential reward that would have gonna come out of it, I was very like It's just getting to the part where the shock sets in the stomach. Yes, it finds me waiting me. Alright. Do we want to do? I know it's not been exactly an hour. Do you guys want to decide what we're doing today so we can maybe get into doing something, or beating faster, faster? Dulls? Sure. No, we can't do dulls because we got to do a vote first. It's Saturday, so I will do a big explain for you guys, for those of you new here or for those of you unaware, or maybe you just want to listen to me yap about this. I don't know. That's yeah. It is Saturday, so usually on a Saturday I try my best. Sometimes we just don't get to do it. Other times I'm not feeling it, but I host a vote on what we can do. And the options being that we have a normal long stream where we'll just go for 6 hours and do whatever, or you guys have the option to do a shorter stream, which is usually around 3 hours, where afterwards we get to go do something in the Discord. Now, your two options are usually either a watch-along, which at the moment we are going through the Grand Tour specials still, because there's still a fuck ton of them. And they're all standalone, so if you haven't been to a watch-along and you're like, oh no, I'll miss it, doesn't matter, they're all fucking standalone. If we do watch a two-parter, we usually watch it like all in one day, so there's that. Or we do a hangout. Hangout is obscure, the word I'm looking for. Usually we start off with the dulls just to help, I guess, ice break and get everyone comfortable, and then we'll play some other games. We've been playing party games recently, but if ever there are people that want to play a particular game that everyone owns, then we'll do that. And obviously, in the nature of a hangout, you don't have to come and play games. You can just sit there and chill. You don't have to use your mic or anything like that. It's whatever you're comfortable with. If you want to lurk in the hangout, you can lurk in the hangout too. So usually I have a fourth option that you can vote for as well, because basically what I ask of you guys is, if you're gonna vote, please make sure you're voting for something that you're actually gonna turn up to, because otherwise it's not fair on everyone else. The best example I can give is if like, say I get 10 votes for a hangout and then 5 votes for a watch along, and then I go to the hangout and only 2 people join, that's not very fair on the potential 5 people that would have all have joined the watch along. So don't just vote for the sake of voting. I ask that if you want to vote, but you have no intention of turning up to anything, there is a fourth option where you can just vote for that option. It doesn't mean anything, it won't do anything, but it's just in case you want it to be included for whatever reason. So we're gonna do, I'll write that out. So, as a reminder, long stream is just the full normal 6 hours of stream where I'll do something, I don't know, imagine that image of the jester dancing in front of the queen, that's me, like doing that, that's what I'll do for 6 hours or something. Short stream, hangout, short stream, watch along. If anything ties, we'll do the one that had the least amount of votes, so maybe don't tie. Okay, and you have 10 minutes to do that. So once again, if you are voting for the sake of voting, just vote the fourth option, okay? Don't be nice. Hello, Drycon. How's it going? Thanks for self-care check, Ray. Someone mentioning we should have a video akin to the raid video. It's just explaining the Saturday votes. Maybe I should do that because I'm not very concise with it, but... Hi, I'm new. I need to add that redeem. Hi, I'm new. It's so fucking funny. If we do long stream, we can do soup, but I don't think soup has like 6 hours of content left. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think we are maybe 3 hours. Watch me fucking eat my own words in the last like 3 chapters. Are fucking heavy ones. So we'll have to figure out what we're doing after soup. I've been playing a lot of TFT lately, because I may have indulged in something, but Does TFT count as League? TFT is getting its own launcher. I'm not very good at TFT. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time, but it's a fun game to play. If you don't know what TFT is, it's a what's it called? A fucking team builder. Chess something? What the fuck is it called? I forget the term. Well, I know what TFT stands for. Auto chess is the term I was looking for. I know TFT stands for Teamfight Tactics. I'm a type of game. Thank you, Sag. It's an auto chess game. Fucking TFT stands for Teamfight Tactics. I should beat all of you up right now. Hello, David. How is it? You're dying? Is it because of the heat? 28 degrees that early? Is it humid or is it dry? Is it at least dry? You made it sound like you can remember what TFT sounded like. I know what Teamfight Tactics is. It's an auto chess. It's pretty fun, but I am pretty fucking trash at it. But I have a cute, very expensive little legend that I had for it. So you guys have to not pay attention to the amount of RP I have as well. So yeah, okay, thanks. Fun services on a library card. A library card? I didn't know you go to the library. Just wanted to feel included in saying Teamfight Tactics. That's okay. It's not really that deep. I'm not actually that mad. 39.4. Yeah, alright. You guys can keep all that, because I don't want it. No, thank you. That's all yours. Library card has mobile stuff. Oh, you can read books for I just pay for a Kindle subscription so I can read all of my totally not dark romances. Do I come across like the kind of girl that is into romance? I like... Guys, what's edgy? Horror. I like horror. I do like mysteries. Mysteries are cool. There's a mystery. That's why I like the Nora Roberts books. It was like the best of both. It wasn't dark or was it was just romance, but it often had mystery. It's very hallmarky, you know? They give it a lyric gem. Have fun going outside, I guess. Ooh. Gross. I was gonna Google something. What the fuck was I gonna Google? Guys, it's over for me. You watched Iron Lung? It was pretty good. Did you watch Iron Lung and you've played the game, or did you watch it and like you raw dogged it? You know what I mean? I've been cramping a lot lately, but my time of month hasn't started, so I might actually be dying. You haven't played it, so you enjoy? Okay. Okay. I figured, I don't know if it's a game I would enjoy or play. I don't even know what you do in it. It was confusing. I had to look up an explanation, so it might be better if you play it. You're Googling auto chess? I wasn't. I already Googled that. That's how I figured out it was auto chess. It's meant to be vague, I see. Atmosphere, I see. Looks like we'll be doing a longer stream today. Blade Rune King is so good. I love this. Still my favorite Pentakill song. I know it's not got any of the singing in it, and as much as I love Bjorn and I love his voice, this song just, it's so cool. Temper Confused. Yeah, I can imagine. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you know, got sick from the fact that the fucking temperature changed so drastically. I hope your plants are okay too. Guys, looking forward to finishing Soup. Had to remove some of the smaller ones to a different pot. Big ones are getting hella water daily because of the heat. Yeah, I can imagine they're probably gonna need it. They're gonna be thirsty. A taller cage, I see. Are the cats, are they dealing with the heat well enough? Long stream it is. Storm and Snow are just royalty. Aren't all cats royalty? I say this, Ghost threw up earlier. He tried throwing up on my bed and I tossed him off and I said, no. Look, if you're gonna throw up because you ate too fast, you can do it on the carpet, on the floor, and not on my bed. And he did. And I cleaned it up. And now he's sleeping as if nothing happened. Ghost. Yeah, he's fucking dead. He's actually little gremlin, yep, but I love him. I love him very much. bum, 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 bum. They don't. Cats really, really don't give a shit, do they? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. He tried licking me after he threw up, and I was like, nope, you can stay the fuck away from me, young man. Bro is gross. It has gotten to the point where I'm very easily able to read Ghost's body language and know what he's like gonna do. That is something that I noticed recently that I've been honestly very thankful for. My ability to be able to notice that in him. I mean, there's very generic, like, body language for animals, cats in general, but, you know, even then, every creatura is different. So... this way. I get a lot of people who foster cats and like cat rescues on my For You page recently. It's honestly very endearing to watch. Very cute. Very sad sometimes though, obviously. You know, there are some horror stories here and there. And you learn a lot as well. Learn a lot of like techniques on things like how to feed your cat medicine if it's sick and it doesn't want to take it, or maybe if your cat's so spicy, how to approach it and whatnot, making them feel really comfortable. Obviously, like the treats and the snacks they use, and the general food advice too. Ghost does every week. I have to. Thankfully, I have an attachment on my Hoover for it, but I have to because they would fucking. The lint rolling industry would make millions from me with the amount of hair that I have to remove, especially off of my bed, from the fact that Ghost, like, so he likes laying on my bed, but he leaves so much fur. So I have to, like, you know, I mean, I Hoover in general regularly, and I feel like it doesn't matter how much I brush him, it's never enough. Little ginger cat got adopted. Sad to see them go, but they find good homes. Yeah. It's always in America too. It's never over here, so I can't be like, oh my god, I could take them. Always in fucking America. I feel like strays over here is not nearly as prevalent. I'll be real with you. I could have another 2 cats. Yeah, the curtains also take quite a big hit. But again, as I said, I have a attachment on my Hoover for it. Dude, the Hoover was expensive, personally, for a Hoover, but god, it's saved, like, it's been so useful for me. It's so worth it, getting a good Hoover when you have pets. that are going to be shedding a lot. Very furry pets. Solidarity in our new fur collections. It's the worst thing because I have a handbag that is velvet and I think it was a mistake to obtain a velvet handbag. I think I don't really like crushed velvet in general, but the handbag was really, really cute. But even now, after I like hoover it and stuff, it's not enough. It's just, even though the bag is black and his fur is black, it doesn't matter. You can still see it quite a bit on it, and I'm just like suffering. Hello, Jay. How's it going? Clean it and seal it in a plastic bag only to remove from use. I would have to like have some sort of sanitization station where I take it out of the bag, because I can just imagine it in some sort of cartoonishly crazy way. The minute I take it out of the bag, even if I'm still in the flat where Ghost is, it's gonna just immediately start attracting all of the hair like a magnet, you know? And it attacks exactly. Do you know, like, those little, like, very small magnetic shavings? It's kind of like that, with a magnet and those magnetic shavings. The minute you take it out and it starts picking them all up, it's exactly like that, but with the hair to the velvet, you know? Fur covering my PJs, I didn't know existed. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But the thing is that everyone else that will own a pet will understand. They'll see you and they'll understand, and they will not judge. They'll be like, oh, you know, you probably had to like fucking dry cleaned and somehow still got everything, you know. It is what it is. Oh, the dryer must be crazy, actually. You must have to maintain that quite a bit. With the potential amount of fur. Thank you for the positive affirmation. Positive affirmation. I don't know, I'm Googling one today. The mattress, yeah. I am enough exactly as I am. Doesn't mean I can't strive to be more, but, you know, that's not what it's about really, is it? Yeah, it's understandable. The big clumps before the washer, if anything's left, it balls up for easy extraction. That's fair enough. I don't have a dryer. I mean, I would love one, but my parents used to at their old place, and I remember how satisfying it was to, because there was like a, what do you call it? There was like a dust catch? Is that what you call it? Dust? What do you call the stuff that comes off? Lint? Like a lint catcher? Yeah, lint collector. And taking everything off of the lint collector was so much fun. I thought it was really satisfying. Hello, Brad. How's it going? Freshly dried laundry feels so good. Yes. Getting into a bed with fresh covers on it and whatnot after you've had like a bath or a shower is absolutely divine. New towels and getting to peel the colorful lint off is great. Dude, towels are an enigma to me. I feel like it doesn't matter how much I spend on towels if I buy something really good or something really, you know, cheap or whatever. It doesn't matter. They all turn out the same in the end. Hello, Art. How's it going? Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Brad. I know you're not supposed to use fabric softener on towels, and some people have said putting a tennis ball helps, but I think that's specifically for drying, right? You just want large ones? Yeah, it's fair. On the fight to make sure little Hell gets enough water in her body, you could try mixing churro with water and freezing them. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Your hair goes almost to your belly button. Your hair's as long as mine? Holy shit. Sorry, I was just checking how long my hair was. I recently had it cut. Hello, Jervy. How's it going? Getting them churros complete foods. I'm very thankful that Ghost is a water drinker. Recordo. you're cutting most of it. It's too much of a hassle. I mean, that's very fair. I don't know if I told you guys this, but I went to a new hairdresser because my usual, I just could not get an appointment before Brock came up, and I was like, look, I was literally looking like the girl from The Ring, okay? What's her name? The Grudge? And I couldn't see anything. So I went to the new hairdresser. I was already pretty scared because in the past I have had hairdressers really fuck my shit up. But I went there, and honestly, it was crazy. I was explaining to them, like, look, my hair probably needs more than I'm about to tell you, but I'd appreciate it, if you could keep it, a little bit, because they always do tend to cut off more than you ask. So I was just being like, let's calm down on that. And the first thing they asked me was like, oh, what like shampoo and conditioner you use? I was like, oh, I use like the Wonder Bar stuff, the repair and whatever one. And they were like, okay, well, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna use something today, and I'm gonna show you it's probably something better because, and like, he fucking clocked me, and that's completely fair, but my hair does frizz quite a bit. I think my hair is supposed to be wavy, but I do not take care of it like to have consistent waves. I don't care enough. All I do is I wash it and I try not to put any heat on it, so it does become frizzy, because when it air dries, especially with the humidity, it's just how it works. Not like overly frizzy, like I'm not looking like Hermione Granger or anything like that, but the problem with the frizziness is that it wrecks your ends, which is why I, despite me not using heat and otherwise taking really good care of my hair, it's why that it should need more than I was asking for us. So he put me on this stuff, and I won't lie to you, I was like, oh my god, this is kind of crazy, because they hadn't put any heat on my hair. My hair was like, it was fine. And the reason why he swindled me was because the cost of it was like 250 milliliter bottle was like £25. So for shampoo and conditioner, that was like 50 quid. Which is what I usually spend on my 1 liter bottles of shampoo and conditioner that I get. So I was like sat there like almost fucking having a heart, like, oh my god, this better fucking work. And I cannot lie to you, as apprehensive as I was and as much of a pessimistic little shit that I am, it does work. And I was just like, you're a bastard, but this works. It actually works. My hair has not frizzed up since. It's crazy. 50, yeah, it was really expensive, but I don't know what it's. One second, I will tell you what it is. Maybe I paid salon price, and that's why it was so expensive. Something like Wella Professional Ultra Smooth. Let's see. Yeah, Wella Professional's Ultimate Smooth. That's what it is. There was an oil. Yeah, okay, so you can only buy this in a salon. Wait, can you buy it on Amazon? It is on discount on Amazon, so maybe I just buy it on Amazon in the future. £15 for shampoo and conditioner. Yeah, it was £25 each. But it was worth it. As someone who really likes my hair, I was like, Upcharge of Demon Despair. Maybe he got commission for it. $33 for the 1 liter shampoo bottle is nice. Yeah, this is what is it, Wonder Bar. I was using the yellow one, but it was making my hair super frizzy. It was The one my previous hairdresser put me on, yeah. In fact, it's actually... Wait, it was cheaper. Is this the 1 liter one? No, this is not the 1 liter one. This is 300 milliliter. It's £20 for my old stuff. But I was getting 1 liter of it. There must be a similar product for cheaper. Maybe. We'll see how long this lasts and if it's worth it or not. Because it's not going to drain me dry. It's shampoo and conditioner. It's something I would buy regardless. I'm just spending a little bit extra money on it than I usually would, so I will just spend less money on something else, you know? Look up the active ingredient. You can search for that. Let me have a look then. Wonder Bar do a lot of different different things though, so you can, I think you can get based on what you need for your hair. I don't go through bottles that much. Remember, when you are shampooing and conditioning your hair, you're supposed to only shampoo the roots and condition the ends. Metal purifier technology. Squalane and omega-9. Oh, it's... I don't think I'm gonna be able to find a dupe because apparently it's patented. Patented. Yeah, no, it might be cooked. I don't know if I'm gonna be able... What are we doing today? Long stream. You tell your ends to behave. I wish that worked for me. Wonder Bar doesn't spawn here. Was gonna look into it. That's unfortunate. Before Wonder Bar, I was using... I forgot what I was using. John Frieda, I think. It doesn't work? Oh. Oh. Soup and Overwatch after I presume? I don't know, we'll see. Feint has been... I haven't played Overwatch in so long. Been pestering us to do drives, but I don't know if I want to do drives. I don't know if I want to be... I don't know if I'm about that life. Use Head and Shoulders. Honestly, as far as like, what would you call it? Drugstore shampoo and conditioner, I'm pretty sure Head and Shoulders is like very solid for a lot of people, especially if you suffer with some scalp issues. Some Kerate's products. Toxicity galore, yeah. That's the premium stuff here. What, really? Head and Shoulders? Oh dear. You used to play TFT Double Up together, but I found someone else. You're cheating on David. Nizoral is very good. Nizoral, I've heard of that. Is that the one with the pink? Yeah, no, Nizoral is really, really good. Can I let you guys in on a little secret? I had, when I was younger, I had like brown splotches on my skin that honestly it looked like vitiligo, but like the other way around, right? And I took a treatment and then it went away, and then later in my life it came back. I went to the doctors, they prescribed me with this to rub on it. And I was confused because like, this is anti-dandruff shampoo, what's this gonna do? It worked. So Nizoral might actually magic. Like actually. You didn't get Vex from your rolls? Yeah, no, Vex was a sneaky one, eh? Probably a lot of people wanted her. I think the Soraka one is really cute too, though. I played against a few people that had the Soraka one. The finisher is really fucking funny. He had dreams about it? Jesus. Dreams about League before, too, about Mordekaiser. I don't actually think I've ever had a dream about Mordekaiser before. I wish. We'll never take us alive. We live like spoiled royalty. Lovers and partners. Partners in crime. I spent 100 euros. It is what it is. That's just how it be sometimes. You'll never take me so alive. Me inting on Blitz and my president came to arrest you, as they should, honestly. You've griefed me too much on Blitzcrank. I think arrest is not enough. I think death penalty suits you better. I'm trying to look for credits for something. It really pisses me off when I can't find it, though. Troll you with his ult? I would never troll anyone with the Bard ultimate. Everybody else down with me. Do I take everybody else down? Everybody else down with me. Oh god. I know that death approaches fast. And when everyone's down with me. Oh. Sorry. I'm finding out things. People cannot gatekeep from me. It's literally my job. Wahahaha. Yeah, you said it was 28 degrees. I'm assuming you're just trying to save some money by not using the AC, right? Solar? Oh, right. Solar panels OP. This is self-care check, Ray. Need more panels? I'm assuming they're gonna be pretty extortionate to install, right? Replay the first before be playing sequel list? Sure, I know I said we were gonna do some soup. Got a bit distracted looking for things. Just use what we got, yeah, it's fair enough. Are they just trying to sell you some more panels, or do you think you actually would need them in the future? Oh, I'm so stressed. Oh dear. At least the music is chill. Best of luck with your errands. You know, as I sit here doing shit in silence, it makes me think of all of the recent Twitter posts I've seen lately of people saying that they're saying their experiences on Twitch at looking for VTubers to watch and being like, oh, found this VTuber, joined their stream. They didn't say anything for 5 minutes. I left. What's the point in, being there, silence and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. It just makes me think of all of those posts that I've seen lately. I think people don't realize that, they are thinking in an incredibly linear way to assume that, everyone is looking for and likes the same sort of thing that everyone else or that you want, you know what I mean? Sometimes people just want to chill with you in the background. If you're looking for a more interactive person or someone that is yapping non-stop and making sure that there is no weird pauses in between it all, that's very fair enough, but I don't think you should be putting down people that are not necessarily providing that, you know what I mean? That's very rude of you, really. Very unnecessary too. And this is usually other VTubers that are posting this as well. Like, well, if you're just gonna look at people with those judgmental eyes, I'm sure that I don't want to be around you, you know? Hello, Caps. How's it going? They're the kind of people who say your fun is wrong and mean it. Yeah, it's just a bit... It's a bit weird when you think about it, like... I always assumed that maybe I'm just a little bit of an overthinker, got a little bit too much of that empathy, but I feel like some things like this are just very basic thought processes of, this is not for me, but it is for some people. Instead of being rude as fuck and coming off incredibly petty and judgmental, how about I be quiet and move on with my day? Nope, gotta post about it to Twitter. If I don't post about it to Twitter, how am I supposed to get my clout? How am I supposed to fucking put people down? You know? And you know what the craziest thing is again, I've seen many different iterations of these posts. If one of them does blow up and someone is, like, it gets a bit of commentary on it, being like, hey, that's not very nice, or, if it's not for you, you can just leave, you didn't have to make this. People, the person that made it will I guarantee you, there'll be a token response to this, like, I didn't mean for it to come off like this, I meant for it this way instead, and it's like, okay, that's incredibly far-fetched. You could have just not posted it at all then, you're very well aware of what it came off as. Let's not beat around the bush here. Just because you got caught with your pants around your ankles. You know? You don't use this place just for the Spotify playlist? I mean, I have been told by quite a few people they just come in to listen to the music, and that's completely fine. And you gotta think about it, when people post those statuses as well, obviously it's really fucking rude of them towards the... Even if they're necessarily not naming or shaming, even though it's not really... Shaming should be involved. You gotta think about the viewers that will look at the post and be like, oh shit, well now I feel like I have some sort of obligation to be making sure my streamer isn't, having dead chat or blank air or whatever you want to call it, and then it's just like, well great, now you're ruining the experience for everyone because no one wants to feel obligated to do something that they necessarily did not want to do. I don't want anyone to feel bad for enjoying a medium the way that they enjoy it, as long as they're not hurting anyone or doing anything necessarily, illegal. Then what's the deal, You're not me, so you're wrong. People do legitimately think like this, though. It's crazy. It's more telling about them than whoever they watched. Yeah. This is what I mean. Well, I'm gonna be like, well, nah, I'm sure I really want to come and see what your streams are about if you're willing to dog on people that have literally done nothing wrong to you at all. You know? And it's even in these posts where they're like, you know, oh, I was just browsing, or I just saw a cute VTuber on Twitter. It's like, people aren't even asking you to come and stop by their streams. You're doing it and then being rude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who shat in your cereal? Why are we being like that for? I don't like how virtue signally I sound when I talk about shit like this, but it does genuinely piss me off. And it's not as if I can write about it on Twitter because I don't want to give them that attention, you know? It's the last thing I want to do. I don't want to bring attention to that kind of behavior because then people are going to be like, ooh, quick way to clout. Fuck off. The purpose of having so many different channels in one place is so people can browse and find a stream they vibe with, not get upset over one they're not vibing with. I mean, I was gonna say as well, props to them for leaving with the attitude that they have. I'm surprised they didn't type this shit into the chat. But you've got to think they must know that it's not cool to do something like that, because if that's the case, exactly, why did they not just type this in the chat? Why did they have to run to Twitter and post about it kind of semi-anonymously in a way? That because they know that what they're saying is rude. Oh, but I didn't name anyone. It doesn't matter. It's a very blanketed application on a bunch of different people. And it comes off, honestly, sometimes it comes off as incredibly pick-me too. If you don't mind me saying. Annoying to see it happen, yeah. Really is. Hello, Goat, how's it going? Incredibly Pikmin. Pikmin! That's what they make, right? Hello, Brock, how's it going? The only thing I'd be picking is food. What kind of food? We'll say pineapple. Dude, I love pineapple, but I have not been able to eat it recently. So as to do these like fruit platters, it comes with cantaloupe, yellow melon, watermelon, and pineapple. And I've not been able to eat the pineapple. It's been so rough on my mouth. Like I know, oh, well, pineapples contain proteases, so haha. Pineapple is eating you, haha. Like, I'm very well aware of that being a thing, but it's been like extra rough recently. And it's sad because I love eating pineapple. You really want watermelon? Watermelon is so good. That's why I've just been eating cantaloupe and yellow melon. Because I can't get the platters with the pineapple in, otherwise it just goes to waste because it ruins my mouth. Any reason for that? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm dying. My mouth has always been quite sensitive. I have been, you know, I mean, in very generally, I'm a very sensitive person, it would seem. My skin it's pretty rough on my skin, pretty rough on my gums, my teeth, whatever you want to say. But honestly, I've never really had that much of a problem with pineapple in the past. There have been times where I've eaten too much and like the entire top, you know, the roof of my mouth is like, it's like, this might sound disgusting, but it's what happens. It's like flaking a little bit because it's so just, it fucking ruins my mouth, but I don't know, lately it's just been extra fucking spicy. I'll survive till next weekend when I go grocery shopping. I got some groceries earlier today. It's the first time I haven't bought bread in a hot minute. I really am gutted. I genuinely do not think that I will be able to eat a sandwich in a very long time. It's been fucking ruined for me. Might be unripe pineapple, really? It's just like, the more unripe it is, the more havoc it wreaks. Feeling the roof of my mouth very tingly after eating pineapple. Usually me it was pineapple or anything incredibly sour. Because in high school there were these, I think they still exist now, they're called Zappers. They're like little gum balls, but they're not balls, they're more like discs, and they're absolutely coated in citric acid, and even just talking about them is like making me salivate. I love them. But god, they tore a hole in the roof of my mouth because I was addicted to them. It was so sour. They're not as sour nowadays, if you can still find them. But god, it was so fucking sour. Was it that bad? Yeah, it was pretty bad. It's very nostalgic to me, so because I would go. There was like the high school I went to. There was a corner shop. We called it the Butty Box. I don't know what it was actually called. People would go there every day. The chaps would kind of hang out around there, so I'd try and be quick about it. That's where I'd buy my Zappers. That's where people would buy like the tongue painters, which are like the sour lollipops that paint your tongue like blue and red and green and whatnot. People would go there to buy the crisp buddies. So a crisp buddy is packet of crisps in a bread roll with butter on it. They're pretty good actually. I remember they used to do like all sorts of different kinds. They did like, you know, the Walkers, they did the Monster Munch ones. I think the Monster Munch ones were probably, or the Space Raider ones, they were quite popular. So yeah, it wasn't bad. Don't know if it's still around or not. Warheads, I've tried Warheads before, I think. I don't mind them. I think they taste like shit though. Because a while back I had a punishment where I'd have to eat something sour sometimes. It was on the old punishment wheel. And I bought... Oh, it might have been Toxic Waste actually. I don't know. It was one of the two. It was like really sour, which I liked. But god, the taste was so shit. I hated it. Could go for one of them right now. What a not a chip buddy, sorry, a crisp buddy. Relatively easy to make. I say they're relatively easy to make. Monster Munch is pretty easy to find. I feel like the Space Raiders, you can't find them in just anywhere anymore, you know? They've been kind of phased out, but you can make them with any crisp, I suppose. I've seen some people make them with Wotsits. Depends on what you want, really. To imagine you eating a warhead but not the candy. You're kind of right. You're kind of right. It'll take a bit of time to get out of your media memory, then you'll be okay. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. It's the same with the I think I told you guys about this incident. Or I told someone about this incident. Maybe it might have been in a hangout, but when I was in primary school, my mom used to pack my packed lunches, and one time I brought the sandwich in, and we used like the beef paste and the chicken paste. She put beef paste, but I think the beef paste was like expired, or it had spoiled, or something had happened. But it smelled foul. Honestly, it was worse than whatever I experienced earlier this week. It smelled fucking foul, and I took a bite out of it. I was like, ugh! I remember going to the dinner lady, and I was like, Mrs. Hill, this doesn't smell good. And she like smelled it and threw it away and was like, yeah, that's rotten. So I didn't get to eat like most of my packed lunch. And I went home and I was like, Mom, the paste must be like fucking moldy at this point, because what the fuck was that? It was grim, and I couldn't eat that right along, which is a shame because I loved. I really did love the beef paste, the chicken paste stuff. It's like similar to pate, but not as fancy. Yeah. But I like it now. I'll eat it now. So yeah, you're probably right. It will just take a wee while for me to be like, sandwich. Water can take me. Hello, Hannah. How's it going? A lot of candies when I was younger no longer around, taken over by more international brands and such. It's probably a combination of that and a combination of, depending on where you are, this probably doesn't apply as much to you Americans, but due to food regulations as well, there's probably a lot of food changes where people didn't want to change the ingredients, so they just had to take them off the shelves and whatnot. I remember when they banned Sunny D and they banned the blue Skittle. I wonder how many people know about that outside of, like, I think was it the UK only or was it Europe? I can't remember. When they banned the blue Skittle. I think they banned Sunny D before they banned the blue Skittle. Both eventually obviously made a comeback with changed ingredients and whatnot, but I'm okay. I hope your package gets there soon. How we live is how we do. I remember the blue Skittles more than I remember the Sunny D. With Sunny D, I don't remember any official announcement. I just remember I was like thinking, I honestly don't see anywhere sell Sunny D anymore. That's kind of crazy. Whereas with the blue Skittles, it was like everyone knew about the blue Skittle. All to do with the fucking additives and E-numbers and shit. E-numbers became quite a big topic back in the day. Although I say it was pretty crazy. I remember watching quite a few things about it in school, and I very distinctly remember watching about mushy peas being made, and mushy peas are actually not green, they're yellow. In fact, it's not even yellow, it's like a horrible, I like cream colors, but it was like a horrible, like old yellow tinged cream color. It was like, you know, smokers. Like, imagine someone painted their house in magnolia and there was a smoker that lived in there. It was like that color. And I looked at it, I was like, ugh. I mean, I don't like mushy peas anyway, but I was like, ugh, fucking gross, bro. The red Smarties being a thing? Oh, wait, it wasn't blue. Wait, was I saying Skittles? I think I meant Smarties. I think I've been saying Skittles this entire time when I meant Smarties. Was it the red Smartie? I thought it was blue. Yeah, it was blue Smarties, sorry, not red blue Skittles. I don't know why I was saying Skittles for the longest time. It was Smartie. Smartie is a different thing in the EU and US, yes. For those in the US that are unaware, Smarties over here are more akin to, you guys would call them M&Ms, but they don't taste anything like M&Ms. So just, I get it's like, oh, chocolate and coated in some sort of sugary shell, but I dislike Smarties, I like M&Ms. But Smarties in America are like, they look like Palma Violets, kind of that type of shit. My friend in primary used to say the red sent him hyper. I wonder how much of it was actually like a true thing, or how much of it was actually like people would say this after they heard the news and it was more of a placebo effect. I mean, you know how everyone is as a kid. If your parent or guardian hands you a glass of like lemonade and tells you it's beer, you're gonna fucking fake yourself drunk until it's nobody's business, you know? Hershey's is fucking disgusting. It's bear. The cookies and cream is bearable, but compared to our chocolate, it's grim. Like, I'm so sorry you guys have to eat that and deal with that. It's depressing, honestly. It was probably the blue. His mom heard it was red. Condensed fruit sugary powder, honestly not bad. Oh, I thought they were like Parma violets. I like Parma violets. Reese's and Twix? I don't care for Reese's. Twix, they need to bring back the, what the fuck was it? Was it, like, what the fuck was it? The Twix that they did. Oh my god, do you guys remember Twix Top? That shit was fucking amazing. White Twix? Did they discontinue that? I feel like they brought that one back. I might be thinking of something different. Tony's chocolate is good. It's okay, but I would still prefer a bar of Milka. Dude, the Twix Top was fucking elite. Holy shit, I forgot those existed. Absolutely delicious. A while back I went into the Tony's store where it all started before opening times. Nom nom. I mean, to be fair, I only eat the plain Tony's bar. They're probably, the ones with the flavors are probably a lot nicer, but a bit too fancy for me. Ugh. Story and what they stand for is pretty good, but a lot of other chocolate brands fall in a similar vein now, so I see. I see. I didn't know there was so much chocolate lore. Alright, let me stop this and we can do some soup. Because otherwise I'm just gonna make myself more upset. Oh dear. Soup time. They're not a whole lot better than the other brands, but at least it's a step in the right direction. Yeah. It's quite scary, honestly. We are running out of chocolate and people are not really, like, caring too much about it, eh? I need to find the old chocolatier from Cadbury's that left when Nestle bought them. I need OG Cadbury's. It would probably solve a lot of problems, eh? Alright. Come on, you guys. We got a road to Empress it. Hopefully finish this off today. We'll need to get back on the Pokemon grind as well. Alright. Let's see. Chocolate soup. I just resume. So, someone just killed herself, right? Oh, right, yeah. I think we're gonna spare Consort Xiao. She's kind of funny.
素节殿下年幼，皇后亦不仁，她自有失事，特允你去寻州封地，永世不得再回圣安。
主子，皇后大恩大德，淑儿母子没齿难忘。淑儿定在寻州吃斋念佛，感激皇后大恩大德。
I think chocolate is an ingredient that is more commonly put in curry than we think. I'm pretty sure I saw it in a Black Butler episode once.
救活了！
Don't betray me. Listen, we gotta keep her alive because little Sunye. We can't leave him motherless.
萧淑妃之事已经办好，长孙太尉不日便要到达流放地千州，是否需要细心去千州杀了他？
Do you need to kill Chancellor Zhang Sun? I don't see why. Just leave him to his fate, bro. We're chilling.
不必了。是。
I was just gonna come back to bite me in the
已经
ass.
抵达封地，是否需要细心？
Li Zong? Feet? What does this word mean? Leaf. Fief. Meaning. An estate, property, or source of income granted to vassal. In Chile? That sounds... I mean, we said that we were gonna spare him, right? I don't see why we should kill anyone
留
else.
他一命。是。
主子，被废的王氏这几日连连请命，说想面见主子。
胡昭仪，
喂
终于等
Hi,
到。
hello Xander. How's it going?
过了这么久，
喂
你还是活在自己是皇后的睡梦中。
喂，
不
Don't
愿醒
spam.
来本宫只是想看一看，
There is no need.
像你这样出身如此低贱的人成为皇后，究竟会是何等模样？皇后之位，你根本就不配。
配与不配，从来
Can I
轮不
just
到败
say
者评
that if we'd have said that to her when she was the empress, like she'd have fucking slit our throat there and then.
说，成王败寇才是天理。天理？若没有本宫，你现在还在感业寺里过苦日子，怎会有今天？
Listen, I went
只怪本宫
from being a Chiron to a nun, and now I'm empress, and you can say that I am not worthy? What do you
若让本
mean?
宫重活一次，本宫一定在感业寺就直接杀了你。
你费尽心思请我前来，就是为了让我听这几句废话？
当然不是。有一个问题，本宫一定要听你亲口说。这些年，你可曾梦到过安宁啊？皇
Oh.
后之位，是你靠着你亲女的性命得来的，你一定最清楚，安宁不是本宫杀的。 可你根本不关心凶手是谁，而是借你女儿的死攫取权力。安宁死的时候，你究竟是更痛心，还是更庆幸啊？若是安宁知道真相，她一定很后悔当你的女儿吧？你是如何利用安宁陷害本宫的？你心里比本宫更清楚吧
？Getting rid of you would have made her proud. Probably not the right option, but
铲除你，她会欣慰的。你的下场便是真相。
或者你这样究竟是可怖呢，还是可笑？武媚娘，是我不如你心狠手辣。
你真以为没有
no, you would have already killed me.
你就能一直安居后位？原来你在冷宫这么多年，还不明白自己究竟输在哪里。
本宫当然明白，是因为你费尽心机得到了陛下的心。不过，你真以为谋得帝心，便可与陛下一世夫妻情深了吗？帝后之间，利刃藏于情丝，同舟共济不过暂时，同床异梦才是在劫难逃。总有一天，你会和本宫走上一样的路。
你真以为陛下执意废后
Hello, Ninja. How's
仅
it
仅是因
going?
为我得到了他的爱？你太天真了。以太尉为首的门阀老臣把持朝政多年，你们沆瀣一气，裹挟君主，早已成为陛下必除之患。比起虚无缥缈的爱，我和他更是生死与共的同盟。你出身显赫，以为万物皆该俯首，所以从来看不清真正的局势。哪怕一
Ooh, we
败
are
涂地，
clocking her
也
shit.
只会归咎他人，可悲可笑。
Speechless. I don't know why you're crying. You're the one that started it.
可悲，可笑。我不会输。
Is that little like drum noise similar to like the Kitchen Nightmares violin,
我不会输！
the high pitched violin where it's like,
你现在就杀了我呀！你杀了我呀！
no, no, no. We're just sparing anyone.
你今时今日对本宫不再有丝毫威胁。
Someone would remember your
杀
choice.
毫无意义的事，本宫根本不会做。
Who's that someone?
你杀了我！你杀了我呀！
I'm not falling for your bait, bitch. I'm not allowed to kill you now. Apparently. Even though she would have killed me on the spot like 6 times already. But whatever, I suppose. One for one, one for another. Oh my god. Okay, we are done with this chapter. We're like getting to halfway there, I suppose. Why is Chancellor Zhang Sun not fucking crossed out? Is he not in like somewhere else? Like what's going on here? Yeah. So wait. Minhee, she should be, yeah, she's fucking dead. He's not dead. I know he's not dead, but he's indisposed. How much soup has been used? Like maybe 3 soup?
对本宫不再有丝毫威胁，杀你毫无意义的事，本宫根本不会做。
We saw this.
你杀了我！
Is someone watching us?
手上沾了那么多鲜血，徐敏
Bitch, and yours aren't?
你亲生孩子安宁的命，还少我一个吗？武媚娘一心想要权力，
I forgot about the fucking chin!
所有的人，包括陛下，都是你眼前的大僵尸。
你来见了王氏，担心你出什么事情，便跟了过来。
Oh, is that the someone?
陛下，已经彻查清楚，五姑娘的姐姐武元顺曾亲自出宫，暗中买了寒药，以此陷害王皇后。此事或许从始至终都是五姑娘的苦肉计。五姑娘
Oh
不惜以
shit.
自身和皇嗣作为赌注，实在是……
此事到此为止。寒药伤身，吩咐上药局选最好的药材给昭儿补身子。
陛下，废后在冷宫中一直声称，安宁公主是武皇后亲手所害。如今宫中流言纷纷，皆言皇后以妻女性命换取后位。
That's not what happened.
吩咐凌霄平息所有流言，不要让昭儿受此困扰。
是，陛下。
在长孙太尉、废后王氏等人的落幕后，李治得以进一步施展抱负。整个圣朝在李治治理期间，疆域拓展
Hello,
至前
Randall.
所
How's it
未有的
going?
广度。然而，因其过于勤勉，李氏一脉所传的风疾发作，他的身子每况愈下，直到暴病在榻。
Wait, so what was that all about? Why was he like...
昭儿，我想问，
陛下，墓内侍
Hereditary illness? Well, I'm assuming whatever killed his dad is,
同年，百节出兵攻打圣朝藩国金铎，金铎国君紧急向圣朝求援。
若朕执意要打此仗呢，
还请陛下三思。
三思啊，陛下三思啊！百节侵略我圣朝藩国，朕岂能坐视不管？
陛下竟然为小小金铎开战，此事要
谁来劝劝陛下呀？
何必为这藩国？大司空，你快说句话呀！陛下，百节虽兵力根本不足以抗衡我圣朝，但是却有着高山、海洋作为屏障，若要讨伐，劳民伤财，绝非易事。
陛下，臣亦认同大司空之言。金铎若无半分自保之能，如何配作圣朝藩国？
陛下，不过是小国之间的纷争罢了，由着他们打便是。
臣认为，此战该打。
他竟然当然不该打。
金铎是圣朝的藩国，若我军任由其被侵略而无动于衷，国威何存？
损耗万千国力和财力，就为了所谓的脸面，恐是有好大喜功之嫌呐。请陛下三思。
请陛下三思。请陛下。
Oh shit.
陛下欲援救金铎，攻打百节的决策，竟被群臣反对。
Side with the minister, secure their backing, support the emperor, and speak up for him. I have a feeling this is what we should be doing, but look, we gotta, I don't know.
你们实在枉为圣朝肱骨。
Turn against them both. Fuck yeah. Hello, Drew. How's it going?
天寒了，陛下今日出门未带披风，妾为陛下送来了。陛下，妾认为，应当攻打百节。
什么？攻打百节？皇后怎么插手战事？皇后此言倒是轻巧。那微臣想知道，我圣朝有何必须攻打百节的理由？
Oh god. To intimidate the surrounding states, to temper it and train our army. Fuck it, we're intimidating. I love the intimidation options.
妾认为，若再不攻打百劫，只会让其变本加厉。金铎乃我圣朝藩国，若我圣朝任其覆灭，国威何存？如此一来，藩邦诸国纷纷效仿，我圣朝边境将永无宁日。
这如何是好？不可呀！
朕认为皇后说的极是。既然如此，
陛下，陛下，
陛下保重龙体。
陛下，
陛下，陛下身体抱恙。
Ooh, not the organ failure. What is this?
陛下，
便交由皇后决议。
什么？
不可，这怎么可能？交给皇后？
陛下身体抱恙，此时更不宜开启战端。
是啊，将士们若得知此事，必将有损我军士气，而助敌军威风啊！
万一战事不利，让陛下担心，岂不更有损龙体？臣恳请皇后不要开战。
我意已决，此战非打不可。
Holy shit. Lead the Shenka. Wait, was that the right option?
附议皇后之言。
陛下，你刚才可不是这么说的。
此一时彼一时嘛。
臣亦附议皇后之言。
皇后从未上过战场，不知战争的残忍。此战关乎数十万将士的性命，那么如果战败，皇后可愿承担责任？
不可如此呀！
我愿替陛下决议。
I hope you've been practicing military tactics. By tactics, do you mean on how to use a... Wait, your past choices ripple... Wait. Wait, what?
陛下决议，一切后果，我愿一人承担。
Your past choices ripple forward? Wait, what past choice?
如此大的责任，皇后
Hello, Dove. How's it
真能
going?
独自承担吗？还请皇后三思啊！
请皇后三思。
你未能震慑群臣，但此战，陛下却依然未曾让步分毫。
朕意已决，此战非打不可。
此后，为了确保战事顺利，理智不顾龙体抱恙，
令人快马加鞭送至前线。
但使战依然旷日持久。数年后，圣朝成功攻克百劫。 并一举北上，攻下了高城。圣朝自此拥有从古至今近900年内最广阔的疆域。
So I had to side with the
战士和政事，也损耗了李治的身子。他选择禅位于太子李弘，并为其组建了一批精良的辅政班底。而你距离权力的中心，却也越来越远。
Oh. Only by returning to the past, discovering hidden clues can be right. So I have to go and be like, I'm on these guys' side.
陛下，
So I was right. I had to choose that.
圣朝应远离战火。
罪而小国，何须兴师动众？
陛下听得进去。
此事不必在意，朕意已决，此战非打不可。
陛下。
Oh, that wasn't the right option.
此后，为了确保战事顺利，理智不顾龙。
Okay, so that wasn't the right option. Fantastic. Did I have to kill her? Wait. It's not one of these options, is
此
it?
战之艰辛，正好借机练兵，磨练将士的意志。
Okay, right. So that was the right option, right? But I guess, do I need to kill her?
你今时今日
No. So...
陛下，我愿替陛下决。
你未能震慑群臣。
Yeah, okay, right. So the entire gate, there's no way.
赵儿，这些瞎了眼的朝臣，皇后。
All right, let me.
陛下，
We'll go through all of this.
圣朝应远离战火。
And we'll see where it goes.
何须兴师动众？
陛下听得进去。
此事不必在意，朕意已决。
The Empress and Zhao and Zhang Sun, right?
此后，
But I
为
think
了确保战事顺利，李治不顾龙体抱恙，素以身。
I know there were, but usually it's said straight after this choice will.
数年后，圣朝成功攻克百界。
Okay, so this is exactly the same. Why can't I skip this?
圣朝自此拥有从古至今
I can speed it up.
年内最广阔的疆域，但因过度操劳战士和政事，也损耗了李治的身子。他选择禅位于太子李弘，并为其组建了一批精良的辅政班底，而你距离权力的中心，却也越来越远。
Right, okay, so.
请母后放心，圣朝的江山
That's my child?
就交给儿臣了。
陛下那日的眼神，赵儿。
Alright, so. Let me go and kill the Empress, I guess, because that was the... The Chancellor doesn't matter, eh? There's one here too. But this is the right one, this is the wrong one, right? Again, this is... Alright, let's go see what happens if we just kill the queen.
如你所愿。
He wasn't there. We didn't get that cutscene. Oh no, now we do. I'm so confused.
好，你杀吧！你杀了本宫，也杀了徐敏慧，更杀了你自己的亲生孩子安宁啊！你杀吧！武媚娘，你一心想要权力，其实你根本就没有爱过陛下吧？
听闻你来见了王氏，担心你出什么事情，便跟了过来。
陛下，已经彻查清楚，五姑娘的姐姐武元顺曾亲自出宫，暗中买了寒药，以此陷害王皇后。此事或许从始至终都是五姑娘的苦肉计。五姑娘不惜以自身和皇嗣作为赌注，实在是……
此事到此为止。 寒药伤身，吩咐上药局选最好的药材给昭儿补身子。
陛下，废后在冷宫中一直声称，安宁公主是武皇后亲手所害。如今宫中流言纷纷，皆言皇后以妻女性命换取后位。
吩咐凌霄平息所有流言，不要让昭儿受此困扰。
是，陛下。
在长孙太尉、废后王氏等人的落幕后，李治得以进一步施展抱负。整个圣朝在李治治理期间，疆域拓展至前所未有的广度。然而，因其过于勤勉，李氏一脉所传的风疾发作，他的身子每况愈下，直到暴病在榻。
昭儿，我想问。
Do you think I have to kill them both?
陛下，木内侍，去血御医。是，陛下。
撤！军情急报！军情急报！军情急报！
百节出兵攻打圣朝。
This feels like nothing changed. Nothing did change.
“陛下，我愿替陛下决。”
你未能震慑群臣。
No, it's the same. So do I have to? How do I kill her?
皇后近来身子越发不适，御医也没有办法。陛下为皇后请来宫外术士，即指出宫内残留压盛之气，方位直指淑妃的彩霞宫。
What?
萧淑妃，你竟敢用邪术谋害皇后！
我不是我，徐护卫，我是被陷害的，还请徐护卫替我禀明皇后，求皇后不念昔日之情，还我一个清白啊！
主子与你从无昔日情分。萧淑妃在宫中谋行压盛之术，传皇后令，废去妃位，赐死。
I wanna kill Zhao. She's funny.
是皇后陷害的我，是我媚娘，我媚娘，你这个毒妇！来世我以你为猫，你为鼠，我要吃你的肉，喝你的血。主子，主子！
主子，萧淑妃之事已经办好，长孙太尉不日便要到达流放地黔州。
Do we just
是否需要细心
fuck it?
黔州杀了他。
Kill everyone. Everyone is dying. I guess.
是。此外，李忠不日也将抵达封地，是否需要细心？
He's fucking dying too. Everyone is
送
dying.
上路。是。
Is it because I need to get my prestige up? Is that why? Hello, Uncle. How's it
贵妃的
going?
王氏这几日连连请命，说想面见主子。
You've lost your fucking mind.
看来你已经疯了。我的安宁 是被你害死的。
你居然可以自欺欺人至此，武媚娘。
Okay, you're dying too. Bye bye.
如你所愿。
Hello, Pancake. How you doing? Right, everyone is just dying. Right. Is this enough? Did things go up? Everyone is fucking dead. I even killed the little fucking kid. All right.
如你所愿。你们实在枉为圣朝肱骨。陛下，妾认为，我愿替陛下决议。
你未能震慑群臣。
I still failed to command them. What? What hidden clues, bro? Do I have to go through all of the fucking options? Gotta find the hidden clues. A promotion. Here? Oh, this is where I picked the wrong one, honestly.
陛下，
Did I just kill everyone for nothing?
此事他定能为陛下分忧，陛下觉得如何？
既然皇后开口，那便由她去办吧。
那赵二去命中书省拟旨。
Okay, right. Everyone's so fucking dead. All right. Spoil the Emperor.
你们实在枉。陛下，我愿替陛下决议，一切。
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
一人承担。
That was it. There was no skipping.
众卿，你们只看到攻打百节需耗费无数兵力钱粮，可保全金铎，不仅是尽我大国。
You know what? It's really ironic because I accidentally picked the wrong fucking option there. Back then, I was like, ah, it doesn't matter. I guess it did.
此战刻不容缓。
皇后说的有理呀！皇后竟有如此远见。
臣附议皇后之言。
陛下定也是这个想法了。
看来此战该打。皇后竟有如此决心。
You didn't miss the ending, no. I just got a little stuck.
佩服。
I've killed everyone, though.
辅佐皇后是齐心协力。
Well, that's just how it be, I guess.
很快，圣朝征讨百节的战事就此打响。战役初始，我军势如破竹，兵临百节的最后一道防线。但3个月后，前线却陷入了僵持。
皇后，请看，从我圣朝前往百节，有海洋、群山阻隔，唯有一条狭窄的陆路可以通行。
Oh, decision-making
百节
time.
军据此设防，我军久攻不下，长此以往，粮草难以为继。
I don't know anything about fucking military tactics. Where's the Emperor? The Emperor is fucking coughing out a lung. This is my personal preference, but I have a feeling it's gonna be this. However, we're gonna kill them anyway. And then we're probably gonna have to come back.
当以雷霆之势速战速决。
皇后的意思是，
Feign retreat and lure them into the... I like a little bit of sneaky. But I also like the fucking brute force!
我们可以放手一搏，集结精锐，从敌阵中央撕开一个口子。
兵行险招，但可以一试。臣领命。
圣朝军队集结精锐，是要以中央突破之势凿穿敌阵。然而终究小觑了敌军。
fuck！
数日鏖战，我军精锐尽失，全线溃败，陷入危机。
No, I didn't actually, that wasn't my option. Actually, it was this one.
那么此战便应大力加强粮草供应，如此一来，
What's wrong with me leading your nation? I'm sure I'll be fine.
新作战。
皇后说的有道理。
接下来的2年里，我军进一步加大了物资供应。 可依然无法动摇敌军。
Oh, that's the wrong thing, actually. That's oops. I mean, we need to feign retreat, actually.
我们可以佯装溃败，诱敌弃守追击，再拒而歼之。
示弱诱敌，就看百劫会不会上当了。臣领命。
圣朝军队奉命丢弃辎重，佯装溃败。然而，无论尝试了多少次，百劫军始终坚守不出。
shit. Guys, I didn't mean to pick that one. Actually, I meant to pick this one.
我们可以放手一搏，从海上悄然进军，打百劫一个措手不及。
海上，此招虽妙，却是一步险棋啊！皇后，请看，如果我军从路上进攻，即使失败，也还能撤退；但是从海上登陆， 却形同背水扎营，一旦首战失利，我军将士就将被赶下大海，葬身鱼腹啊！
若还因循守旧，那么此战的结局便无法扭转。在大司空眼里，从海上进军实属冒险；可在百劫眼里，他们绝不会想到我们敢兵行险招，自然会疏于防守。
She's just like 30 degrees colder. We can't see hers. No, we can see hers as well.
可还需派遣兵力。
我军不妨声东击西，在陆地战场大做声势，麻痹百劫。但主要军队
sometimes, yeah, there it is.
直达敌军后方。
臣领命。
See, first try, easy. Let me lead your nation, please.
赵儿，这些日子 辛苦姐姐照顾陛下了，姐姐也只会这些了。有姐姐在，我就放心了。多日不见，陛下脸色似乎好多了。
赵儿，我听闻前线吃紧，特批了国库款项，皆可由你调配。
Ooh, we got spending money. No, you suck at war.
你不必再有后顾之忧。
That's not
我会一
true.
直在你身后。
多谢陛下，不过陛下要注意好好休养才是啊。
禀皇后，京郊大军突发骚乱，不少将士竟不顾军纪，不肯东征百劫，罢兵不前。
什么？
带头罢兵的，竟是功臣林怀郡王徐衍的孙子。
摆驾京郊军营。
是。
兄弟们，兄弟们！ 她一个只会在后宫享清福的女人，屁都不懂。
I'm gonna beat the ever living shit out of you.
她张张嘴，便能让咱们背井离乡。就是，老子不干！拿性命去掺和金多和百劫的战士。
要打，让他自己去打。对，我才不打！
徐敬业，你身为义军将领，不思如何抗敌，怎可一再扰乱军心，拖延战机？
程无挺，你算什么东西？ 也敢教本将军作诗？虽然你打了几场胜仗，但是在我徐家的军功面前，简直不值一提。 难道说你也拜倒在皇后的石榴裙下，想让我等去送死不成？兄弟们，这仗我们还打吗？要打就让他那个女人
Fucking yobos.
放肆！见到皇后还不速速行礼！
拜见皇后！
拜见皇后！拜见皇后！
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna cut all of your necks. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna slice them all up.
皇后屈尊前来，末将有失远迎啊！
你在军中造谣生事，该当何罪？
造谣！臣的祖父已故的临淮郡王徐烨，曾为圣朝立下过汗马功劳。臣作为功臣之后，自然要直言进谏，为同袍将士的性命负责。难不成皇后今日前来，是要封住众将士的嘴不成？
What's that all about? Alright, what's going on here?
皇后今日前来，是要封住众将士的嘴不成？
女人赖什么军医？贻笑大方，这是回去带孩子吧。
Weren't they just complaining like, oh, she just sits on her phone and then they come out here and it's like, oh, what's she doing here? She should go back and sit on her throne. This is probably not the right answer, but I'm choosing it.
来人，拿下！
放开我！
我竟不知，忠言是颠倒黑白，煽风点火，扰乱军心。你身为圣朝将军，却率兵行罢兵之举，依圣朝律，其罪当诛。
皇后要杀人！功臣之后，这是你们郡王虚掩的孙子。
I don't care.
皇后恕罪，看在祖父为圣朝立下汗马功劳的份上，开恩饶恕了臣吧。
好，本宫便给你一个机会。这个行营中，对战事不满的将士，应该不止你一人吧？
臣明白了。臣愿写下与臣一起扰乱军心之人的名单。求今日出卖求皇后饶恕臣。
Wait, was this the right option?
拖下去！
我等都看错他了。
你叫程务挺。
Was this the right option? Wait.
你直言进谏，忠诚可嘉。
Broken spawn lens flares, yeah.
我便奏明陛下，让你代替徐敬业成为新的宣威将军。
谢皇后。
Wait.
回禀皇后，徐敬业方才所写，乃是军中与其合谋罢兵、辱骂皇后之人的名册。
别跟着起哄呀！这可怎么办呀？徐敬业这混蛋害惨我们了。
皇后打算如何？
Hi Sparkle, I hope you're doing well. Do I just let bygones be bygones? But then you're like, oh, she can't follow through. But then I'm not gonna have... I can't. You're right. You're so right. I'm gonna lose so many troops. It's gotta be number 3. If we just execute him, then it would be fine. But it says leaders.
或者是皇后，难道不追究了吗？
将士们的怒火未必是坏事。 我可以将这把火转化为他们熊熊燃烧的斗志。众位将士，你们是圣朝将士，却也是圣朝子民。你们为圣朝冲锋陷阵，不是为了本宫，而是为了你们的家人。纵使你们对我有千般不满，在圣朝的荣辱面前，这些都不值一提。你们可知，若今日不战百捷，坐山观虎斗，看似太平。 可如此一来，北戎、高城国、东夷都会对我圣朝再无半点畏惧。长此以往，我圣朝边境何来安宁？届时，我们将付出的代价
Big number 3, my lord.
要守护圣朝，我们必须东征百捷，早日凯旋。
先走，4-3-2。Get the number 1 victory royale. I know I'm about to get down.
贤儿乖，你母后最近忙于政事，先不去打扰。
贤儿今日誊抄了太傅教我的文章，用的是母后最喜欢的小楷。贤儿想给母后看。
贤儿真是不错，贤儿再写几幅给姨母看看，可好？
嗯。
You okay, Ghost?
自你亲赴军营，三军
An excellent glum face.
接下来的2年里，你投身于朝堂与前线战事之中，事事亲为。
Could someone tell the general to stop vaping in the palace, please?
而李治也因此得以安心养病。不知不觉间，又1年冬日到来。
Was it listed characters who died? It's somehow longer than the credits. Well, because I'm not well versed in the history and what actually happened, I'm not sure who is like a notable figure in the history and who is just there to pad out the plot. Hi, Ghost. Hi, honey. You okay? You're so tired.
皇后，前线告捷，我军大败百节及高城国，其君主被俘，已押送入圣安。
I'll just lay down here with you.
好，
Good
太
boy.
好了。
The more eyeshadow she has on.
百节之胜，扬我圣朝国威。你再一次亲赴京郊军营，亲自为战场凯旋的战神金风洗尘。此战的胜利，为你的声望缔造了最为稳固的基石。
陛下，近来朝中群臣对皇后调度战事，更亲赴军营之举议论纷纷。如今皇后声望民心之盛，远胜昔年长孙太尉。皇后毕竟是后宫之人，手握如此权势，怕是不妥。
这样的话，朕不想再听到第2次。
是老奴多嘴多舌，陛下息怒。
Hey, I just won you guys a war, and you're treating me like this?
如今也不得不承认，是你凭借一己之力，撑起了圣朝的大半个天下。在世人眼中，你统御百官，挥斥方遒，早已不仅仅是后宫的皇后。在你的推动下。 李治开创圣朝未有之先河，和身为皇后的你共同执政，是为2圣。
Did we just get a title change?
盛况自此而始。
垂帘听政，这是连从前的长孙皇后都未曾有过的尊荣。
皇后之治。
Hey, look, it's our simp.
何止于此？
恭迎2圣。
多年经营，从这一刻开始，你正式踏入了权力的中央。
Oh, we went up again.
真正击碎了横在后宫和前朝之间的重重壁垒。
Almost there. Yes, hello. We're trying to be empress of everything. Terry, how you doing? Kill that pesky husband? I have a feeling he's just gonna die of natural causes.
从今往后，你只会在这个位置上走得更高。
Girl power. Empress of the world, I suppose. Sick. I don't think we gifted him the tuberculosis. It said it was hereditary. He got that from his dad. Oh, he's pissed. I remember the humiliation I suffered in the army. Remember these fucking nuts. Bitch. I don't think Mu is fucking neutral. This guy is so up our ass.
你晋升你的姐姐韩国夫人元顺为郑国夫人，亲自告密。她遂
No worries, Sparkle. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it, lovely.
你允旨，并加赐姐姐高屋美舍。
Say hello to Anning for me is diabolical. Wait, no, what did that say? That was way too fast even for me.
你晋升你的姐姐韩国夫人元顺为郑国夫人，亲自告密。她遂请旨归返利州，安享余年。你允旨，并加赐姐姐高屋美舍，良田千顷，俊秀仆从无数。
What you never knew is your sister requested permission to leave because she had long been suffering from a chronic illness. She did not want you to worry and chose to leave quietly. Aww. So we lose our sister here now. Who's taking care of our kids?
朝后，百官朝奏皆由你和李治共同参决。在随后的10年里，你们革故鼎新，共治天下，圣朝国力得到了进一步的攀升。但李治因风疾欲堵，身体严重时目不能视，朝中裁决之权遂见重于你一身。你遣人遍寻天下名医，为李治诊治，可却收效甚微。而你和李治的孩子，也都已渐渐长大。
We have another child. We've had 4 kids altogether. Oh, wait. 5?
让着弟弟妹妹。
Holy shit. He's sick, but he's also sick. Damn.
母后，悉心培养太子李弘，以隐隐有传位之心。
父皇，儿臣刚从上官老师那里上完课，来
Wait,
迟了。
6? We had 6 kids?
但也要注意身子。
今日天寒，你不必日日去弘文馆。
It's funny, our kid is like plus 10 years and we've not aged a single fucking day.
父皇自幼教导儿臣，为君者理应尊师重道，天下哪有老师见学生的道理？上官老师乃当世之才，儿臣心向往之，理应登门求学。
好，好，好，都依你啊！红儿说的是，母后何时不答应了？
母后此言当真？
坐下说吧。
Ghost is sleeping nicely in my arms.
父皇，儿臣此行确实有事要走。
红儿是在为何事担忧？
儿臣听上官仪老师说，如今征兵，在规定时间内未能到达的士兵会被株连全族。但儿臣认为，若士兵未能如期到达，如有不得已的原因，便不可一概而论。所以儿臣希望可以修改此律法。
Sure, why the fuck not? I don't see a problem with that.
母后也正有此意。近年征战频繁，也是时候该息兵养民，宽缓军纪了。
谢母后。不过，儿臣还有一件事。儿臣幼时曾亲睹徐阶于坠楼身亡，这些年，儿臣常常被噩梦所困，内心难安。请母后为徐阶于修庙，以度其冤魂，
Yeah, sure, why not?
母后也正有此意。
谢母后。
既如此，便追封他为徐贤妃，以礼入庙吧。
多谢父皇恩典。
红儿，坐下说吧。
是。上官仪老师德才兼备，有治国安民之才，更是父皇为儿臣着选的授业恩师。儿臣在想，母后因心疼父皇龙体，为国事夙兴夜寐，操劳过甚，可此非长久之策，不如趁此时机，请父皇、母后考虑擢升上官仪老师为中书令，不遗余力，为国分忧。不知母后意下如何
Oh, yes. Challenge about power? I don't know if it's anything like that. I wonder if he's being like groomed by him to be like, hey, how about you get me into the palace, you know? That was a big yawn. Sure, why not?
母后同意。
谢母后，多谢父皇。
红儿，你勤思政事，尊贤爱民是好事，但是上官大夫布置的功课也不可以懈怠。父皇母后老了，这江山重任你要早日担起来。
是，儿臣这就告退，勤习课业。
We just agreed to a lot of things. I'm sure this is not going to bite us in the ass, right?
皇后，红儿毕竟年少，不谙世事，不必和她生气。
陛下。
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
红儿的这些请求看似谦卑，实则是在理智的默许下，对我底线的步步试探。他们从来都不只是我的家人，亦可能是我的政敌。
陛下，臣有本奏。陛下，5日前，彗星在左摄提星座旁出现，紫微垣异动，实乃不吉之兆。
太史令后继有人了，此现象得意是什么呀？
众爱卿乃朝中肱骨。
Ghost, please be careful. Sorry, he's touching my keyboard.
可畅所欲言，朕可有失德之处，以至于触怒上天？
陛下一向仁德，有错的绝非陛下，而是陛下身边之人。
Oh, after I promoted this guy? Are you kidding me?
陛下，圣朝年间，太史令就册出谶言。 圣3代而亡，女主武王，代有天下。陛下，武后身为女子，理应安守后宫。可这些年，她却偏
We're bringing up this again.
养疾期间，在朝堂上搅弄风云，只手遮天，名为陛下分忧，实乃一步步乱我圣朝纲纪，攫取我圣朝基业。
放肆！这些年是朕让皇后分担政务。 他为圣朝殚精竭虑，是圣朝的功臣。
Who could have guessed?
切勿被一叶障目啊！武后何曾是要做圣朝的功臣？她是要做篡夺江山的逆贼。汉朝时曾有吕后专权，只是社稷风雨飘摇。
Give it a self-catch, Echo.
千万要引以为戒，万万不可让皇后乱政之祸重演呐！陛下，武后自入主中宫以来。 武士朋党锋芒败相，一步步侵蚀皇权，已有拔旗易帜之象。为了我圣朝江山、祖宗基业不被武后篡夺，老臣今日要斗胆。
Oh, everyone's getting a bit of chin hair now.
当机立断，废黜武后。臣附议。
Are you fucking kidding me?
荒唐！皇后曾在陛下投疾之时，主导百节之战。 为国为民，鞠躬尽瘁，劳心劳力，以
贵为太子生母，更是和陛下共尊为二圣，皇后之位，岂能说废就废？陛下。
Thank you for the lyric art. Best of luck with your RPG session.
四海升平，国泰民安。可上官大夫对此视而不见，反而用一个虚妄的谶言来污蔑皇后，你是何居心？
齐怀忠，李义府，究竟是我圣朝臣子，还是武后家臣？若继续放任武后摄政，便是坐视我圣朝江山毁于一旦呐！女主武王必将亡我江山，到那时。 陛下该如何面对先帝，面对圣朝的先辈们？
皇后教育朝外戚干政，国之祸根呐！皇后真无忌宗庙社稷长治久安，臣请陛下使后宫归其本位。陛下废黜武后，臣等附议，求陛下废黜武后，臣等附议。
What is going on? Sacrifice your men to quell public fury? What? This is such an out of pocket. I feel like this is definitely gonna like this. I feel like this is definitely gonna fucking add fuel to the fire. I feel like this is also not the... I don't want to sacrifice... Fuck... I don't want to sacrifice my man.
上官大夫以天象之言诽谤本宫，按律当重罚。
陛下不可纵容陛下！陛下三使令的谶言，犹如昨日啊！
朕年事已高，不堪风疾滋扰，这些年。 多亏皇后以身代之，勤理国政。既是如此，朕愿禅位于太子，与皇后颐养天年。
Oh, that's not good. That's not what we want, right?
还请陛下三思啊！
太子得上官大夫的教导，颇有人君之风，可堪重任。此事朕意已决，不必在意。
That's probably not what we wanted, right? But it's a good end, though.
的废后声中，李治选择和你共进退。3日后，李治下诏退位，太子李弘顺理成章登基为新帝。而后，你与李治隐居在山清水秀的行宫，远离朝政。如此数年，李治的身体亦日渐好转。你们携手走过了一个个冬日。 悠然南山，白头偕老。
Moving into my force, you'll only validate their cause while walking straight into their trap. Okay, so what happens if I just retreat to the... I can't. So I gotta sacrifice my men?
他们是有备而来，高举冠冕堂皇的旗帜，不过是逼我放权。 我自可以表面做些退让，让他们一时失了攻节的名头，而后再将这局面彻底瓦解。但此时，我该舍弃谁？
I can't abandon Yifu. I don't know who these are. Oh, because I don't have them. Who are these? I can't. How do I get these guys on my side? Who the fuck are they? Okay, it's got this icon on it, so we just have to look for that icon again, right? whatever this icon is. Okay, right, let me... We're looking for a way to say Yifu. Dude, he's my simp. I gotta look out for him. Alright, I'm taking a picture of this icon so I can remember it. All chapters. It's not the flag. Why can't we just like go... Okay, right, this was 33. 32. This is gonna be like really far back, isn't it? The promotion. Here. Oh, my brothers!
或许他们能有用。多谢陛下。
于哥哥们而言，这样的提拔无异于平步青云。但你清楚哥哥们的。
That's who they are. We're about to fucking throw my brothers under the bus. Okay, you know what? This works out. This is fine.
敲打他们。
皇后怎么让咱们在这么偏的地方见面啊？
真是不把我们兄弟俩放在眼里。
参见皇后。
Yeah, the ones who killed me, the ones who kicked me, and they abused my sister too.
入宫的路可还好走？不中用的东西。 未曾想，你们最后还需要靠本宫来提拔。
皇后未免太过自负，以我等之才，早就应该位列公卿。如今是陛下开眼，知人善任。
哥哥说的是，皇后久居深宫，养尊处优，又怎知我等为武家呕心沥血、夙夜辛劳之苦？
二位兄长可真是一朝得势，便忘了主人。
Is it my sister?
你不过是仗着姊妹入宫，得了个韩国夫人的封号，胆子倒是不小，竟敢口出狂言，侮辱朝廷命官。
Oh, we're so killing them.
我是仗着姊妹入宫，得了这身锦袍，总比尔等得了官帽，却不知从何而来的好。罢了，姐姐。
Oh, this is a pivotal... Oh, we need to keep them. We need to keep them.
废弃也是其次，就看将来怎么用了。二位既然时来运转，那么便自求多福。退下吧。
这儿。
此后。 朝臣们看到了陛下对武士外戚的提拔，选择报效你的朝臣日渐增多。但于你而言，当今最要紧的是进一步架空太尉身后势力。
Yeah, don't worry, we got rid of him. All right, let's see. Okay, current. No, all chapters. Just go back here. Bada bang. Get rid of my fucking brothers.
既然上官大夫有此忧虑，那便贬谪我武士族亲，削去我2位兄长的官职，以此杜绝外戚之患。上官大夫可满意？
皇后如此深明大义。
There he is. It's my little simp.
皇后深明大义，实乃
God bless you, Fu.
启禀皇后，皇后的2位哥哥请求觐见。
皇后开恩呐！皇后开恩呐！臣等恳请皇后，陛下素来爱重皇后，只要皇后肯开口，陛下定会收回罢免我兄弟2人的旨意啊！
皇后， 求皇后开，求皇后看在我等是血脉至亲的份上，不要赦弃我等，我等定会赶到土地。
Do you know how many times in the first game I went back home and you guys beat me to death? Are you kidding me? You think that this is gonna be enough? She's gonna execute these fuckers.
这是主子专为二位向陛下请来的赏赐，鸟蹄金。有此等恩赏，足带着皇后的福泽，荣归故里。
故里，臣等多谢皇后，多谢皇后。可我等只想继续留在朝堂，为陛下效，不对，为皇后效命，为皇后，为皇后。
聒噪！来人！
These fuckers.
皇后，你这么对你的亲生哥哥，世人会如何看你啊？皇后，你这般对我们，父亲在9天之下也会对你寒心。
Wow. I had the grace to be like, here you guys go. Oh shit. Guys, do we kill them? I've killed a lot of people. I need to pee as well. Guys, I need to pee. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go pee really quickly. You guys can vote to kill them or not, okay? I'm back. I got some melon too. I don't know if it matters. Honestly, I'll be real with you. I have no idea if it matters or not. I mean, everything like matters in this game, right? Hello, Winter. How's it going? No loose ends. Kill? Okay, we're killing them. Okay. Get silenced.
悉心，归乡途中，灭口。
Be careful with the mountain, it's already pre-cut. I learned my lesson.
本宫今日召见你们，是为了上官仪谏言废后之事。我们需要尽快瓦解其势力。
Okay.
臣与义父商量了一策，以为皇后修书据典为名，召集天下有才之士，为皇后筹谋，已颇具成效。如今北门学士人才济起，
很快，像上官仪这样的人，就算有心，也再无和皇后分庭抗礼之能了。
做得不错。
皇后，昨日朝堂之上，陈官皇后奉体欠安，特取来这藩邦进贡的百年山参，正是虽重，皇后
That's my little Simba.
你有心了。
皇后。
What's his name in the back? Yojoi? I can't remember. He's also not aged today. They didn't give him any bum fluff.
你们先退下吧。
是是。
陛下突然相召，所谓何事？
今日上官仪叩见陛下，状告李义府贪墨受贿，弹劾的奏折已到了御前。
什么
？What？
妾参见陛下。
这便是你一手提拔的贤相。 李义府身为一国宰相，却公然卖官鬻爵、结党营私、贪赃枉法，在他的眼里，还有圣朝律法，还有朕吗
？What the fuck? So, this guy. Let me get this straight. This guy, after seeing everything that's happened in our lives, all of the lying, all of the framing. In fact, we have done some framing ourselves. You know, all of the cheating is taking this at face value. You leave Yifu out of this, I'm gonna run away with him, I think.
上官仪是有备而来，罪证确凿。李义府虽有错，但对我向来极为忠心。
We gotta plead for him.
陛下，李义府的确有错，可他毕竟有功于社稷，妾愿替陛下点醒他，让他不再犯错。陛下，可否再给李义府一个机会？
在皇后的眼里，这样一个居功自傲、祸乱朝纲的佞臣，仅仅是因为他曾有功于你，朕便要一直纵容他，由着他在朝堂上胡作非为吗？你未免太让朕。
Shit. We might have to leave Yifu.
传朕旨意，罢免李义府中书令之位，择日流放。
陛下，快来这边歇息吧。陛下近日政务繁忙，还是要多注意龙体。
皇后，将朕未批完的奏折拿过来吧。
是。
Wait, what does this mean? Your allies? Your opponents. If he's in a pissy mood, I should send the opponents, right? I missed anything good? Not really.
海内失望，以废之，以顺人心。要党把持朝政。
Oh wait. Okay, well. We're gonna do this.
竟如此辜负陛下的栽培，祸乱朝纲，妾与陛下同怒，陛下的一切裁决，妾皆无异议。
And then we give the opponents, right?
既如此，便罢免李义府中书令之位，择日流放。
Li Fu's our little simp.
陛下，陛下。
Okay. Do we still give him our opponents?
陛下近日政务繁忙， 还是要多注意龙体。
皇后，将朕未批完的奏折拿过来吧。
是。
I guess not. We'll give it a go. We'll see what happens if we bring the allies.
自皇后参决朝政，夙兴业美，殚精竭虑，皆为国家，未有一日懈怠。皇后常思国家之忧患，如此不忘百姓之急，乃社稷之幸，万民之事，以天下之法。
皇后，你先退下吧，朕累了，想一个人待一会儿。
Is he pissed?
陛下。是。切告退。
He can also summon the lens flare. No, Yifu.
皇后她可是有话要让你带给我。
因为你为官不正，主子差点受牵连。今日主子念着与你的往日情分，特地前来送你。
皇后来了。
主子，他来了。
罪臣李义府，敬劳烦皇后亲自相送。
你有罪不假，但此事的起因是源于陛下对我的忌惮。我没有出手保你，你不怨我吗？
若非当年皇后出手相助，臣早已被贬出圣安。 何况这本就是当前局势下皇后不得不行之策，微臣无怨。
啊，
正好
I'm gonna miss him。
京城的美酒佳人，臣也享用够了。此去西周，正好尝尝不同的美酒，看看不同的佳人。
你还真是从未变过，
皇后。
Come on, let's go have an affair, Yifu.
上官仪等人废后之心不死，皇后早做打算。
知道了，此去西周，珍重。回宫吧。
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, and let's be real, the brothers were never gonna speak on our behalf anyway. Yifu.
但凡诏仪吩咐，臣定鞍前马海啸，犬马之劳，下官定不负诏仪所。
Guys, I need to do something really, really funny.
王皇后，一切安好。
主子，李义府说的有道理。那上官仪未免太过张狂，主子尽管吩咐，悉心一定为主子除此大患。
Make his death wish to fabricate charges and strip him of office? Have Jijin eliminate them quietly? Oh, I don't know. Oh my god. I don't know. Fabricate charges or condemn him. I don't think the Jijin is gonna work, right?
我会设法饶他性命，只罢免其职位。
主子赐信。
你命季怀中罗织罪名，上官仪如你所愿被罢免。可是如此轻的惩罚，却给了朝堂官员一个信号：反对你的代价不过如此。
Oh shit！
往后的年岁，依然有许多如上官仪之辈，在陛下面前一次次抨击聘姬司臣的皇后，更一次次说起那令人心惊。
Alright, this is not the right one. We gotta make him die. I thought it might
我要让上官仪死得轰
be alright if he was alive, but
主子的意思是，上官仪已然成为朝堂之中废后一党的旗帜。若我就这么轻描淡写的带过，那朝堂中人便会觉得反对我的代价太小了。既然代价太小，自然会有人前赴后继，去做那忠言直谏、流芳百世的贤臣。唯有让他们断了这个念头，让他们胆寒，让他们忌惮，我以后的路才能走得顺一些。
we gotta fabricate the charges, right? Let His Majesty think that.
还需借陛下之手，方能名正言顺。
你命季怀中罗织罪名，呈到了陛下面前，但你轻视了上官仪在陛下心中的分量和忠诚。陛下特命三司审理其罪，为其洗刷了冤情。
What？
而季怀中更因此事被贬谪。
What？ Are you？
臣有本要奏。
往后。
Are you fucking kidding me? So he gets pardoned, but my simp is like, no, fuck that. Fuck you, Your Majesty. I hope the fucking tuberculosis gets you.
这皇宫可真气派。
这是。
主子，他是今年被选入宫的新人。
陛下龙体欠安，今日早朝由皇后代为听政。
有本奏来，
Okay.
无本退朝。
皇后，你怎么？
臣有事要奏。大理寺已经查明，这是上官仪写给巡王李素杰的密信。 两人早已沆瀣一气
The little baby?
妄图内外呼应，密谋造反。
你胡说什么？
此事，巡王李素杰已经供认不讳。
荒唐！老臣曾是巡王的老师，书信往来亦只是和巡王畅谈课业。这封信是哪儿来的？
皇后，上官仪包藏祸心，僭越人臣之礼，口出狂言。 离间帝后亲情，密谋造反，这还自称忠良。我就是说，上官仪为什么这么下手？原来他背后的主子是巡王啊！如此大逆不道之行，绝对不能轻饶。
We do a little bit of fabrication around here.
上官仪密谋造反，罪证确凿，赐满门抄斩。来人，将罪臣上官仪 带下去。
His entire family.
老臣冤枉！老臣冤枉！
母后且慢。
殿下，
母后，母后，
儿臣清楚老师的为人，他是绝对不可能做出来这等谋逆之事的，还请母后明察。
红儿， 知人知面不知心。上官仪与荀王李素结谋划之事，人证物证俱在，不可因为自己的私情而是非不分呐。
Yeah, I guess we gotta kill our child too.
老师对儿臣恩重如山，我相信老师。若上官老师参与谋逆，那儿臣定然也脱不了干系，还请母后将儿臣一同降罪。
Are you trying to force your mother to her death? Do you intend to drag your men down with you? Do you wish to die alongside Shan? Do you intend to drag your men down with you?
红儿，你说此事与你有关，那么必然会牵连出东宫的更多属臣，这是更多的人命。红儿，想清楚了，是一时失言，还是果如其实？
你知道，红儿自幼受尽儒学熏陶，而她这样的人，软肋不在于自己，而在于不愿因自己而牵连任何无辜之人。
是儿臣失言了。
将上官仪关入天牢，即日行刑。
老臣不服啊！老臣冤枉！老臣冤枉！我要见陛下呀！
老师，
拜拜。
女子主政，乾坤颠倒，必将招之祸。
Remember that I put him there as well. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I think like that was not an option considering how long this has panned out for. I have a feeling because the Emperor likes him and the son likes him. If you don't, then the Emperor's going to be like, no, we should.
陛下，上官仪犯了谋逆之罪，已经伏主。
什么？
陛下，陛下圣体未愈，赵儿不想因此扰了陛下的清静。
陛下，皇后，太子殿下自那日早朝回来便一病不起，到现在仍未好。
太子有事，为何不早些告诉本宫与陛下？
是太子殿下他不让小的前来。
皇儿定是知晓，上官仪已死，我要去看他。
陛下，陛下龙体抱恙，不宜劳顿。红儿怕是跟我有了心结，解铃还需系铃人，还是我先去看看吧。 陛下放心，一佐我皇家兮，凝彼四方，同天地之归亮兮，其日月之辉光。
母后，这是什么意思呀？
这是夸赞盛世的海晏和亲。
母后，再给红儿念几句诗好吗？
Everyone is just fucking dying, bro. And I'm not even killing them.
红儿，红儿，你怎么样？
有急罢了，无需母后担心。母后正是繁忙，还是先回吧。
红儿，母后知道。 你还在生母后的气，你可知上官仪谏言你的父皇，要他废了你的母后。
母后，你已经得偿所愿了，何必在儿臣面前自欺欺人？母后的杀伐果断，实在令儿臣心惊。
I don't know. Yeah, this one seems a bit shitty, but we'll go with this.
你可知，若没有母后的殚精竭虑，何来你如今平安顺遂的日子？
我 的平安顺遂。母后所做的一切，当真是为了我吗？难道不是母后辖内累累白骨
？Okay. Is he the one that remembers me killing them all? Do I need to unkill them all? Get the cow paw.
在你眼中，只看得见母后的残忍，但你不知，母后这一切都是不得不为。你不知母后这一路走来的艰辛，也不知今日来之不易，所以你会埋怨母后未曾善待那些人。
可母后，你已贵为皇后，为什么不能放下屠刀呢？为什么不能做一个清清白白
I'm already the Empress? Bro, he was trying to depose me! Oh my god.
白的皇后？
放下屠刀。若我放下屠刀，你能否让那些想让你母后死的人也放下屠刀？
We could just kill everyone at this point, why not?
从我踏进宫中的第一刻起，我便知道，我这一生都将在血雨腥风的顶端挣扎。我算计了一切，唯独未曾算到自己的儿子竟会与我为敌。我不仁，方能有你的仁爱之心。我心狠手辣。
Holy shit! Sorry, that's bars. I bear the cruelty so you can keep your compassion is bars. Like, get that tattooed on me yesterday.
我这一生
Holy fuck. We should let him know that Anning died because, you know, I wasn't harsh enough.
Hong儿，你能体谅母后吗？红儿，红儿，红儿。
Is that gonna get blamed on me? That's so gonna get blamed on me.
来人呐！薛雨衣，红儿，红儿，红儿，不可能，红儿，红儿，
皇后。 皇后节哀呀！太子已经没。
不可能，怎会如此？
太子幼时曾烙下病根。
He was poisoned.
日节未愈，上官仪死后更是急火攻心。
A heartstrike. So I was gonna comment on this. Because I was confused. But unless this is flipped, bro was holding on to his, like, right side the entire time. And I was like, I don't know if you're pretending something is wrong with your heart, but actually the heart, not to be that fucking person, is very slightly on your left, but it's not that much on the left. The only reason it's slightly towards the left is because the aorta is just the wall is thicker. Sorry, not the aorta, the left ventricle, where the aorta is connected to, is just a lot thicker to deal with the pressure of needing to push the oxygenated blood around the rest of the body. So why was Bro clutching onto his right side? So it's got to be mirrored. I think that it might just be mirrored. Because that was just weird to me. I was like, The royal physician was on holiday? I mean, after seeing all of that coughing happen, it's a bit weird that I didn't, you know, call for an attendant or anything like that. Wait, what did he say? Oh. Okay, so maybe it won't get blamed on me. His lung ruptured too? Well, that's what I thought he might be. Okay, it is getting blamed on me. Even though that guy literally just said, whatever. How's it going, Joker? That's crazy. Give it a self-care check, Art. Miss this guy's brother? I mean, he's still alive. We spared him. Someone call Yifu. Yifu would know what to do. You know the disease that killed my father is killing me? I don't think it was that. It was something to do with the fact that he witnessed Mihui commit suicide. Although it was, you know, framing us.
母浩，红哥哥答应我教我念诗的，他怎么还没来呀？
Oh, he's dead.
红哥哥很快就会回来了，太平乖。那他去了哪里呀？红哥哥去很远很远的地方了。那他会想太平和母后吗？
We're coping.
会的，他很想太平，很想母后。母后怎么哭了？别哭，别哭。
But that's not even the point. It's the fact that that guy literally just turned around and said, oh, he wouldn't let us tell you he was sick.
主子，近日太子被主子镇杀的言论甚嚣尘上，废后的奏书一封接着一封，我方施礼竭尽所能，但于事无补。听闻群臣合力撰写的废后诏书，已经呈到御前了。
更衣，我要即刻面见陛下。
Yeah, I wonder how this is gonna turn around.
7年王皇后萧淑妃惨死宫阙，皆为皇后私行擅杀，徐戬一害皇嗣血之死疑点重重。
Oh shit! So I really wasn't supposed to kill them.
恳请陛下废后，以保社稷之安呐！
陛下，殿外的花开了，我们去看一看吧。
好。
陛下，我们有多久没有一起游园了？记得当年，我还是个才人，在这座桥上独立狱中，寒意彻骨，直到陛下出现。
你想家吗？
Hello, Fane. How's it going? There's a lot happening at the moment.
这么难熬的日子，我们都一起走过了，不是吗？要是能一直像现在这样就好，不为权谋，不为政事，只为了能一直和陛下在一起。
皇后，你真的是这么想的吗？
Are we retiring?
证据平定，朝野清明，或许正是皇后放手的好时机。朕已决议，退位为太上皇，从此由贤儿登基为帝。
陛下
，Fuck, we got a retirement again.
贤儿还未受过储君的培养，他如何能堪当大任？
我会任命德行兼备之人为辅政老臣，教授新帝。
Yeah, we killed Zhang Sun.
我们都该放手了。
李治退位，你们的二儿子李贤登基为新帝。
吾皇万岁万岁万万岁！
而你，则成为了无权的太后。 从此远离权势，安守暮年。
Damn. Alright, I guess we gotta go and fucking unkill everyone, which was my original choice anyway, but I thought it was not a fucking... God... I can't remember what chapter it was. Was it this? Chapter 33? No, chapter 32. Alright. I'm good. Okay, you're getting spared. Leave him.
此外，李忠不日也将
Spare him.
留他以
You've lost your mind.
武媚娘，
Spare her.
你今时今日
Yeah, good job. I'm a fucking Time Lord, I guess. Thank God for that, huh? That would have been a disaster otherwise. There was also something else I had to do. very quickly. If you, I'm gonna have to. Don't you guys worry about this. I'm gonna have to hide the. You guys are just gonna have to sit here and just listen to the music while I Oh fuck! I didn't mean to. Let me just go to the storyline. I might have to do this instead.
Hoi!
Can we see the TARDIS? No. Is it here? I need to. I think it's here. Perfect. Okay, right. Sorry, this is a very elaborate bit. It's gonna take me a bit to concoct. You'll have to forgive me. Oh, it's gonna look so horrible. It's gonna look incredibly jank, but don't you guys worry about it, okay? Okay, just make sure that's all good. Then we pop one of these on. Okay. The scuff is intentional for comedy? Kind of, yeah. I mean, it certainly is going to add to it. You guys will never see this coming, right? I think. You never see it coming. Or whatever that is. Alright. Gonna do this. Hide the evidence. All of this just for this one thing. I mean, I'm sure it'll be okay. Okay. Let me just... Perfect. Okay, and then all we need to do is this. Move you out the way. Boom! Let's go. Perfect. Okay, I think we can continue now. I think we can continue. Justice for Yifu, absolutely. Okay, right. Oh shit, this is where I got the screenshot. Okay. Back to our chud husband. What is this? Why is there so many options here? Are we gonna get a new one here though? Oh, we did.
于监狱之死，安宁之死，疑点重重，陛下皇权，太子李弘殿下非山路大夫，戕害皇嗣血脉，无毒不食子。皇后恨绝至此，司长受杀，朝野皆为朝纲之政。陛下虽有切肤之痛，亦必废后。
I gotta confront them, right? A couple of lines, I suppose, yeah. We'll see.
这么多年的情谊，你竟然会想用一纸诏书废了我？
皇后，你所作所为太过僭越。
僭越？
年幼的红儿经历了徐敏慧的死，夜夜噩梦缠身，你是知道的。而你明知红儿的老师上官仪根本没有谋反，可你却故意瞒着朕。 朝斩了他一家。如果不是因为此事，红儿也不会急火攻心。
那你可否回答起，上官仪为何会奏请废后？
你又为何默认他在朝堂之上对我步步相逼？
因为你滥用酷吏，残害义己，手段是否太过狠绝？
Oh shit. Do you know how many times I've died to soup?
试问陛下，这么多年，你的身子受疾病困扰，且作为一介女流，若无狠绝，如何能在朝堂之上调令群臣，稳定社稷？如何在排山倒海的反对声中，坚定地和陛下站在一起，并肩走到今天？
王后，臣知道你在过去这几年为了朕付出了很多。我们是怎么走到今日这一步的？离我之间
I need to go change some things.
竟早已越来越远。
陛下似乎开始犹豫了。接下来，我该如何做？
I don't know. So that was this bottom one here. So there's others with the wee like hat. So this is the good one, I think, and this is also the good one, right? This is unwise. What if I chose this?
此事恐怕不妥。治军若无言计，圣朝何来可战之兵？
皇后，便依他吧。
Oh, okay. No, that was the right one. That was the right one. I picked the right one.
母后也正。
Okay,
儿
so
臣幼时曾亲睹徐阶于坠楼身亡，这些年，儿臣常常被噩梦所困。
what does Majesty decide?
听陛下安排。
既如此，便追封他为徐贤妃，以礼入庙吧。
儿臣多谢父皇恩典。
红儿，坐下说吧。
是。
Was that the better one?
上官仪老师德才兼备。
And I definitely had to agree on that one, I think. So there's another option here where I let him do that. Okay, so I wish you could just go back. So this is chapter 35. Is there any more before then? No. Flag. No. 35, 33. I think I did. Okay. 32. There's this one too. Okay, so what was this option? I didn't do this.
不是我做的，是他自己。不是我做的。
Which one is the better one here? Because this is the same. Is that the better one? I don't... You had any most recent choice? No. I wanted to check the rest of them. 31. Okay, the chapter list is very confusing. 30. How far back does this go? I think that's his... Okay, right. I want to see if this changed much. Bye-bye, Li Fu. Did this change anything? It did not. What are we on? The bottom one. Ah, fuck it. Okay. Request my deposition.
是啊，自赵儿14岁入宫，遇见陛下，到如今已经多少年了。
Hello, Robbie. How's it going?
赵儿也未曾想过会和陛下走到今天这一步。
I was wondering if there was a point where he would just, like, relentlessly defend me, I
不过
guess.
是宫闱之中的一株浮萍，而后成为昭仪，乃至圣朝皇后，位分越来越高，和陛下的距离却越来越远。若真是这冠冕挡住了我和陛下，那且不要这个身份了。
皇后，你能告诉朕，红儿的死，安宁的死，是怎么回事？
原来，陛下意图废后，是和世人一样，觉得是我害死了红儿和安宁。他们是我10月怀胎生下的孩子。 陛下却问一个母亲这样的问题，不觉得太过残忍了吗？这世上还有什么比一个母亲失去孩子更痛苦的吗？最痛心的，难道不是妾吗？
Especially with the probable mortality rates back in these days, right?
朕真的能信你？ 安妮、红儿，甚至连朕，是不是都在你的谋算里？
陛下还是不信赵儿。陛下和赵儿一路风雨同舟，互相取暖。
Yeah, we're not killing our own kids. That's not what we're doing.
就能将陛下左右。
I wonder if I had him assassinated, would anything change here?
那妾宁可不要这身风暴。只要能和陛下回到过去。
Well, Radek, can you cast off your Emperor's bum fluff, please?
真正担心天下人的眼光，难免会伤害到皇后。
只要陛下心中有妾，妾便不在意天下人的眼光。
So about my boy Yifu.
若皇后愿意离开朝堂，或许我们还能回到过去。
好，我答应你。
李治退位，你们的二儿子李玄
Fuck me, I lost again.
新帝。
I'm Dowager. Yeah, I'm just fucking Empress Dowager again. So there's something. What happens if I... kill him quietly?
悄无声息地了结他，细心，此事
It's totally gonna get traced back to me, right?
主子。
Because for some reason, if I want to soup someone, everyone knows it's me. But if literally anyone wants to soup me, it doesn't even matter.
习心动手很干净，大理寺毫无线索。可上官仪虽身死，但依然是世人眼中的贤相，并以宰相尊荣入葬。
臣有本要奏。
往后
God fucking damn it.
依然有许多如上官仪之辈，在陛下面前一次次抨击。
She's efficient. She had the perk. I don't remember the name of the perk for the katana, but she had it.
武王趁言。
朕已年迈，不堪风疾滋扰。这些年，多亏皇后以身代之，勤理国政。既是如此，朕愿禅位于太。
So it doesn't matter, it's the same. And then... if we do that, he sides with him anyway. There's a different option here. What is this?
This 事必须以雷霆之势，速战速决。
陛下龙体欠安。
Wait, I'm confused. Oh, wait.
此事
It was different.
大理寺已经查明，这是上官仪写给
Why is this different?
李忠的密信，两人早已沆瀣一气，妄图内外
Why is this different?
密谋造反。
你胡说什么？
此事梁王李忠已经供认不讳。
Oh, because it's Li Zhong instead of Zhao's Wee Child.
你这封信是哪儿来的？
皇后，上官仪包藏祸心，僭越人臣之礼，口出狂言。
We didn't kill him.
密谋造反，却还自称忠良。
我说上官仪为什么进入了后宫？原来他背后的主子是魏太子。
如此大逆不道之行，绝对不能轻饶。
臣附议。臣附议。
上官仪密谋造反，罪证确凿，赐满门抄斩。来人，将罪臣上官仪。
Why his entire family
臣
though?
不服，老臣冤枉，老臣冤枉！
母后且慢。
殿下，
母后，母后
Martialist, yeah.
他是绝对不可能做出来这等谋逆之事，还请母后明察。
红儿，知人知面不知心，上官仪与废太子谋划之事，人证物证俱在，不可因为自己的私情而是非不分呐。
Hello, Kota. How's it going?
母后，老师对儿臣恩重如山，我相信老师。若上官老师参与谋逆，那儿臣定然也脱不了干系，还请母后将儿臣一同降罪。
What does this option do?
红儿，上官仪做出此等大逆不道之事，你却如此护着他，难道你是想看着你的母后被逼死吗？
儿臣并非有意要相逼于母后，只是母后如此，
13乱了我圣朝社稷。
Wow.
求母后开恩！求母后开恩！求母后开恩！
殿下。
Wow.
朕已年迈，不堪风疾滋扰。
Alright, we see this same. Why does it not let me skip it? Okay, so there's. There's not another choice I get to pick here.
我们之间，或许一切还来得及改变。陛下，殿外的花开了，我们去看一看吧。
不必了，朕累了。我会传位于贤儿，任命德
God
行兼
fucking
备
damn it.
为辅政老臣，孝守新帝。皇后，我们都该放手了。
李治退位，你们的二儿子李贤登基为新帝。
吾皇万岁万岁万万岁！
而你，则成为了无权的太后，从此远离权势，安守暮年。
So I'm stuck here because there's a choice that I didn't make that I need to. I can't disagree with him. What if I send the opponent ones? At least you get a budgie? She's gonna shit everywhere.
皇后专制。
I didn't kill everyone.
以废之，以顺人心。
妖后把持朝政，权欲后审问绝不可再现。
谋害忠良，祸乱纲纪，以废之。
陛下，怎么了？
他们皆在弹劾赵儿。
Oh.
是朕不好，让你忍受那么多无端的指责。
Oh. This was the right
赵儿不
one.
在意那些，赵儿在意的是，陛下有一天也会信了他们吗？
Oh shit. Wait, let me.
朕相信你。
Okay.
多年以后回想至此，我方才明白，李治当年其实并非信我，而只是心疼我。这两者之间初时看不出分别，但这其中心境却是天壤之别。
It's very. I'm very invested, yeah. Okay. So we've seen this, right? By the Leafer. Is the other one the better option?
母后也正有此意。
谢母后。
既如此，
上官仪老师德才兼备。
Right. We also maybe I don't know if it changed anything. Fuck it, we'll try. Let's go with this as well. Let's see what this one does.
母后也不知道。
母后怎么哭了？别哭， 别哭，太平和母后一起等红哥哥回来。
So I got the same one. Fuck. Okay, chapter 31. Let's go with the top one then.
陛下，你相信我吗？
I'm pretty sure I spared everyone. Wait, do I have to vote it again? Okay, wait, let me spare.
速捷殿
Spare. It definitely did get a lot more complicated.
此外，礼中不日也就
Spare.
留
主子。
I don't think this is a it doesn't care about this.
看来你已经疯，武媚娘，你今时今日
Okay, right. Let's see. Let's go for them. Right. Farewell to the Yifu. Did I need to defend him, do you think? Alright, let's see. I can skip it again. Okay, so what are people upset about? Death. The death of Li Hong. Like, what do I do about Li Hong fucking dying? Alright, let me see this one through the end.
何来你如今平安顺遂的日子？
我的平安顺遂，母后所做的一切当真是为了我吗？难道不是母后想念累累白骨之上的权势，想要做那吕后，甚至想要的更多？只怕母后设下我，就是为了巩固自己的地位。就像安宁，安宁公主究竟是怎么死的？母后可敢跟儿臣说实话吗？
你可知你在说什么？
所以，母后也会像杀了安宁公主一样杀了儿臣吗？
Okay, right. So he just dies anyway. Bro, why does everyone think I killed Anning? I didn't do it! I'm so stressed right now. There's some other options that I've not gotten, I guess. Maybe? Okay, right. I'm gonna go with this. Because this was a nicer one. Okay, right. How do I get these? Did this change? No. Bollocks, bro. Fucking bollocks. This all doesn't matter. Is it here? Right, did this change anything? Why does it not let me just click these? Come on. No, I could fucking... Okay, whatever. I definitely gotta agree with him, right? What happens if you... Oh, it doesn't matter either. Okay. Fantastic. Right. Hello, Strix. How's it going? Yeah, I think you need to... You will end up with another option. I just haven't unlocked it for some reason. And I'm not sure why.
李义府竟如此辜负陛下的栽培，祸乱朝纲，妾与陛下同。
Do you have to increase your defense? I don't know. I feel like all of the options I've picked were right. I'm so confused. Okay, right. What's this other option here?
因为你滥用酷吏，残害异己。
Okay, right. I don't... Hello, CJ. Thank you for the self-care check, and thank you for the 365 stream streak. Holy shit, 1 year of streams is crazy. Thank you. I do not want to look up a guide for this. But I might be so fucking stuck right now. There's got to be... So we're in chapter 28. Wait for the disagree. There's no fucking way. Nah! There's... What? I'm not patient enough for this. I never would have gotten that. I never would have gotten that. Okay, so I have a rule against like backseating and spoiling, but I'm gonna let it slide for this time because dead ass on my granddad's grave, I would never have fucking gotten that whole... I would have combed through every single fucking chapter. Holy shit. Fuck you! Where's my fucking mouse? There it is. Fuck you. Thank you, Al. I appreciate it.
还记得烽火大典的时候，我们曾许诺携手并进，去创造属于我们的盛世。
Fucking bastard.
未曾想。
The amount of shit that I did for you, everyone that has died, has been because they're trying to kill me!
既然如此，这儿甘愿一死，以安家国民心。
这儿不可，不可！这儿。
Wow, she really pulled that I'll literally fucking kill myself card. That's manipulation. We did lose you. Do you know how much... Do you know how much shit we went through? We lost our children. They were my children. And I'm being blamed for their deaths. I lost Ruler. I lost my actual good aunt as well. Are you... Like, seriously? Come on. Do you know how much soup I've consumed to get here? How much fucking soup? And nobody batted an eye, by the way. I ruled your fucking kingdom, won a war while you're fucking coughing because you can't keep off of the Zaza. And you're sat here like, yes, depose her. Fucking bastard. I intend to, it's gotta be this. I have ambition.
时至今日，我方才如梦初醒。
No one is on my side.
哪怕越来越靠近盛世，只要我不是订立规则的那个人，规则和皇权便能轻易将我吞噬。
Literally.
既然如此
，Yeah, you got rid of my simp. Justice for Yifu. You get all the concubines in the world, and I can't have a couple of simps. Are you kidding me? Fuck you. Holy shit. Bye-bye, Xingguan. Bye-bye. Neutral is crazy. Xijin, please, I hope nothing happens to you, girly. You're my fucking ride or die. Yuzi, you too. You guys are like my fucking ride or dies. And I need you in my life with me. And if not, I'm gonna fucking cry. Honestly, I said it once, I'll say it again. The true happy ending is I get to run off with Gigi. I'm just saying.
陛下，妾有本要奏。
奏。
本宫上书谏言12事，意在国富民强，劝农桑伯父尧，己富三辅地，西兵以道德化天下。 南北中上进浮桥，省公费利益，广沿路，渡产口，王公以将皆习老子。
上元元年，你敬畏天后，位同父帝。你深知，你的权势之盛，朝野上下对此多有微词。唯有更多的执政实际，方能助你在权力之路上。
Isn't that the ending you get in the first game? No, that was with like the head of the nuns at the Ganyue temple. Ganyue, was that it? That was with the fucking, and I'm pretty sure she was sleeping around with everyone. So
臣等叩谢天后圣恩。
昭禄元年，民康物富，盛世繁华，国泰民安。你的二儿子李贤被封为太子，而李治龙体为风疾所困，更为衰弱，久居病榻之上，再未上朝。
什么？你说父皇的身子坚持不了多久了？千真万确，两仪殿中侍奉的宫人亲眼所见，天后在陛下榻前悲痛欲绝，想必很快便会。届时，殿下便是圣朝的95之尊。
95之尊？你说当年皇兄真的是因病暴毙的吗？
Listen here, you little shit!
都是母后野心之路上的拦路石，胭脂，母后下一个要除去的，会不会是我？
天后，恕臣死罪。星象指示，太子李贤并无龙气，圣朝不早日另立太子，必有大祸。
李承风，你好大的胆子！
天后恕罪，如实禀明天下。
You know, I'm not gonna lie, like, do these people, like the emperors and empresses think that this guy, like, just speaks shit for the sake of it in front of you? Like, clearly he knows that if he says something like that, his fucking head's gonna end up on the chopping block, and he still says it. Like, come on, let's give the guy a little fucking...
是臣的职责。
念在以
Still
前
stupid,
明
like,
珠武
but...
王预言时你救过我，今日的话我当没有听过。退下吧。
可是天后，
天后仁慈，太史令还需领情。
臣告退。
主子，民间近来的确有关于太子的流言。
说，
流言中直指李贤并非主子所生，其真正生母是郑国夫人吴元顺，因郑国夫人并无名分，才将李贤太子放在主子名下。
仅仅因为姐姐曾在宫中照顾红儿、贤儿多年，竟有此荒唐传言。
主子，太子殿下近日深受流言困扰，更有甚者议论，此传言是主子刻意所为。我们是否要采取措施，遏制流言的传播？
Let's just fucking kill everyone. I have a feeling we need to fan the flames, but let's go with this one first.
悉心，遏制宫中一切太子的流言，再有非议太子者，严惩不贷。
Someone noticed your response.
天后，陛下已经等了许久了，我这就
退下吧。
是。
时间过得真快呀！
主子，东宫来传消息，太子殿下想为主子亲自编写列传，特请主子前去指教。
贤儿有心了，走吧。
天后，这边请。
主子，东宫里似有埋伏，人数不详。
Fuck it, enter is planned.
别怕。
I want to see where this goes.
母后，母后，你来了。我正在为母后写列传呢。
贤儿真是个孝顺的孩子。
母后难得来一次，给儿臣讲讲故事吧。儿臣想听。一想把母后的故事写成一部传世之作，名字我都想好了，就叫
15 beats per minute with his
是
heart.
个好名字。贤儿这么一说，母后倒的确想起了一件往事。母后是在册封皇后那天，得知腹中有你，母后只觉你乃天赐，令母
Oh,
后
we're getting his trust.
喜上加喜。后来你的父皇为母后举办了盛大的封后典礼，在万民同庆的祝贺下，你在母后的腹
It
中
was only +1
仿
though.
佛和母后的心连在一起，陪着母后一步一步地走上台阶，我们一同走向你的父皇。母后一手牵住你的父皇，一手轻抚腹中的你，在万众瞩目之下共此盛世。那一幕，是母后此生铭记于心的美好。冥冥之中，你陪母后度过了所有最幸福的时光。
I don't know. I feel like both of these mean the same thing. I don't know what. I'm a bit confused here.
贤儿，如今你的父皇更偏爱贤儿，甚至私下与我商议要更换储君。母后对此很是担忧。
多谢母后提醒。母后说了这么多，一定口渴了吧？喝杯桂花茶吧。
No! I'm getting teed! Are you fucking kidding me? I'm about to get teed? Oh, I'm not getting teed. I'm getting killed.
你们好大的胆子！你们要干什么？
Oh, what the fuck?
贤儿，你要谋反？
父皇本就要传位于我，早晚而已。儿臣此举如何称得上是谋反二字？
This fucking
让他们
twat.
撤下！你是我的孩子，你的一时任性，我不会怪罪。
母后啊，这种话你去骗骗我死去的大哥，他或许会信。
你已经身为太子，为何不惜背上谋反之名，还要篡位？
你为了权力，连红哥哥都能杀。我若不行非常之举，如何保住将来的皇位，乃至自己的性命？
此等手段得来的皇位，你岂能做得安稳？
此等手段，儿臣只不过是效仿先祖皇帝罢了。胜利者可以书写一切，母后，这个道理是你教我的。拿下！
Damn. House arrest? God fucking damn. And my husband is just whatever? What a bastard. Okay. feel like this is also a bad option.
一日不如一日。我已与他商议，要提前将皇位托付于你，这样也可让他好好静养。
Oh, +1。
不知贤儿，你可愿意？
母后如今辅政，很是贤明，儿臣还有很多东西要和母后学习。况且，儿臣尚且年轻，若没有父皇和母后在身旁规劝指引，
傻孩子，我们会为你挑选最优秀的辅政大臣，他们都会帮你的。
可是母后，
利州的山水很美，陛下已答应陪我回去隐居一段时日。父皇和母后都老了，也想过自己的生活。母后身为女子，在为你父皇操劳政事的这段时间，遭受了太多非议，多少力不从心了。若你愿意，我和你父皇今日就回去拟定诏书。贤儿，母后要回去了，我还要回去和凌校尉商量，如何将羽林军转交于你。他性子急，一时等不见我，恐怕要来找了。
既如此，儿臣便不多留母后了。母后，你一定口渴了吧？
What? Is he gonna do it again? Is he gonna drop
喝
it?
杯桂花茶。
Or am I legit gonna get teed? I'm gonna get teed, aren't I?
无人能知，那天一对母子之间暗藏了多少杀机，又潜藏了多少筹谋。
好孩子。
他放弃计划，未必是真正在意母子情深，而是在意名正言顺。
西西，立刻通知凌霄率兵搜查东宫。是。
天后，臣在东宫马厩中搜出了50副铠甲以及兵器。
是50副，还是500副
？500副。
将此事原原本本奏明大理寺。
是。
Oh shit.
李贤因谋反罪被废，幽禁于别院。同年8月，你的第3子李显入主东宫，成为新的圣朝太子。
Are we just gonna have to keep getting rid of our children?
主子。
Yifu! Yifu, it's my boy Yifu! Let's go! He's moving into the palace with me, and we're gonna live our best life. We're gonna live our best life. Yifu! Yeah.
天后，陛下，他
Don't say it. This game has changed me as a person? What do you mean? Oh, lens flare. He's critically ill and we're gonna go see him, I guess. Because that means that we get to get blamed some more. For killing kids when we didn't. Oh wait, no, it's him. Never mind. Why did I think it was my child? You look healthier than you did before.
我可能没法再陪你走下去。我刚刚做了一个梦，梦见我们回到了当年。那时，我远远地看到你站在湖畔，天上飘着微雪，雪飘在你的头发上。我当时想，余生若能一直为你驱散风雪就好了。一晃，原来我们已经走过了这么长，但我却又觉得这么短的一条路。朕先走一步，留你一个人，朕放心不下你。陛下，我知道你的抱负。
You're a bastard. I can't even be this sad about it. I would be more sad about your brother.
在你看来，或许早已不值一提。赵儿。
You were pathetic, and you were spineless, and you blamed me over and over again despite everything that I did for you. And all I can say is I missed your brother. He was not like that. He was smart. He was strong. He stood up for me. He literally did whatever I asked him to. If I wanted someone killed, boom, it would be done. You know what I mean? Li Ji, you ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. Yifu, I treasure Yifu. Someone's probably listening. Whoa! No, I took too long! There was a secret one! Shit, I don't care. I don't care. I just took a little too long. Holy shit. Oof, that was close. I wonder how many more are like if you were... Hello, Spike. How's it going? Congratulations on your degree, yeah? Brother, you took a pit stop like 200 miles back and never caught up. Why are you guys calling me evil? You guys are no better than everyone else in this game! And you've seen all the shit I had to endure! That's fucked up.
晋王殿下，殿下的恩情，来日再报。
他不知道也无妨。
这个簪子好漂亮啊！
他喜欢殿下。
住手！这里岂是你放肆的地方？
晋王殿下，
你需要我如何帮你？
高阳，那边火太大，你不要命了吗？
我很心疼。
Oh yeah.
我不希望你受到任何伤害。
We also lost Gao Yang and Bianji.
不可能继续把你留在这里。你愿意出宫吗？
我不能走。
为什么？
我喜欢我的陛下。
其实朕希望这太子之位给我们将来的孩子。
赵儿愿和陛下一起，一步步拿回本该属于陛下的权利。
是谁让你进来的？
是朕让他来的。
赵儿，我只想护着你。赵儿，我也想为你做点什么。
This entire time, it was me protecting him, by the way. Fucking bastard. Men ain't shit. Get me on a wagon with Gigi, please. How did you kill the Emperor? You guys are fucked. This is all thanks to him.
有我在。
Fucker. We are next. You guys are gonna get tuberculosis as well. So true.
”永淳2年12月，李治驾崩。自你回宫，你与李治携手并肩，共度了32载春秋，而你们之间，终究走到了终点。
Oh yeah, I'm like 50 by the way. That's 32 years since being in the palace. Remember, she came when she was 14. She's not 32 years old, she's like 50 years old. So the only person or people left from the original is Gigi and his guard, right?
我会让这江山成为真正的盛世天下。
Guess we're gonna view his will.
凌霄，传朕一命，军国大事，有不决者，尽取天后禁制。无论将来发生什么，护天后平安。
Yeah, so him. I don't remember his name.
陛下旨意。
Though he did try to kill us a few times as well. Shit. Holy fuck. Our abilities didn't really grow. My fuck-ass child is an enemy, I guess. I can no longer shelter you, bitch! Your shelter was no more sturdy than a bus stop in Castleford, let's be real. Fucker. The season champion. What happened to our little game we were playing too?
一直下雨，可得小点心。 可不能让这些物件发霉了。
哦。
主子，今日收拾旧物时看到这些双陆旗，才想起主子已经很久没有下过了。
是啊，从前我一无所有时，这棋局的步步为营，助我得到了很多想要的东西。 可如今这宫中的人和事，我们之间早已不是一盘棋局能解得了的了。
Bless him. I guess that answers that question. Road Empress won.
你的第3子李显继位，而你以太后之尊临朝称制。李治死前。 一命军国大事有不决者，皆由你裁决谋定。如今的你权势之盛，虽是太后，却已是无冕女皇。
Oh, it looks like they've aged our face a wee bit.
赐皇宫名太初宫，寓意新的篇章。
哇，这里好大呀，好气派呀！
陛下，你说这里以后都是缺跟陛下的吗？
那当然。
新皇帝李显和新皇后韦氏行事轻佻，难堪大任，朝野上下颇有微词。
以后皇后说什么就是什么。
那陛下不许再拿别的妃子。
朕答应你，这辈子只宠爱你一人。
显儿，
参见母后。
或许这扶不起的阿斗，于你而言，会成为一个称职的傀儡。
参见母后。
What is her routine?
自先帝驾崩以来，朝政大权便落入。
Oh, this fucker.
至于那新登基的李显，不过就是个花架子而已。如今这朝野上下都对太后干政、聘击私臣的做法怨声载道。在末将看来，如今能拯救圣朝江山者，唯殿下耳。
母后，儿臣很快就会来见你。主子，宫外眼线搜集来的朝臣们对国事的私议，小柚子已将折子放在案前了。主子打开奏折即可查看。
Oh, fucking Christ. Now Empress Dowager Wu holds power where the new emperor is weak. Our Shang dynasty is repeating the Han's fate, giving rise to another Empress Dowager like Lu. Tell me, will the Li dynasty soon bear the Wu name instead? A mere woman, can she truly overturn the world? At her age, she is already nearing the end. At most, she will sit behind the curtain and guide the emperor for a few years, nothing to fear. Overthrow the dynasty? Do not make me laugh. She's only trying to secure her position as Empress Dowager, not to be cast aside by her own son. Who would abandon a stable empress's throne for a reckless usurper? As long as she's saying that she would never attempt such a thing. Ha! Ruling from behind the curtain is already the greatest glory a woman can achieve. Let her serve the Shang dynasty for a few more years. Fucking bastards, bro. Give it a rest.
坐在这个位置上的感觉真好啊，陛下。
What the fuck is going on?
不许反悔啊！
朕答应要给韦氏一族加官进爵，怎么会反悔呢？
谢陛下。朝堂上，陛下只有更多自己的人，才能彻底摆脱那老婆娘的掌控。妾和韦氏一族愿为陛下驱策，可是太后那个老婆娘。把持朝政，定会阻挠陛下的。
这江山是朕的江山，母后总是干扰前朝政事，简直让朕丢了个龙脸，瞎了个龙眼。朝中对母后干政之举不满者甚多，是时候让他认清。
This guy did not even try at that.
江山真正的主人。
Like, are we? What is this sync going on here?
陛下，
传朕口谕：季怀中年事已高，不适合再做宰相。明日早朝时，当自请告老还乡。
是。
What the fuck？
朕明日便当着母后的面，封韦国丈为宰相。
可是太后那老婆娘那边，
朕就算将这天下都送给岳丈，母后也阻拦不了。朕要让全天下睁大眼睛看清楚。
Yeah, Tendon Mu? What's his routine actually?
陛下真的好有男子气概，这才是妾心中的真龙天子呢。
那是自然。
等太后那老婆娘从朝堂上退下来，妾和陛下就是新的二圣了。
他当真说过要将天下都送给岳丈？
奴婢听到的便是如此。
我这儿子，当真是把圣朝江山当作儿戏。
太后息怒。
先帝留下的江山，绝不能被他就这样毁了。
太后的意思是，
皇帝昏聩，我更可独揽朝纲。可我要的，真的只是躲在那金光璀璨的珠帘之后，躲在这王朝礼教的制度之后，做一个辅政太后吗？
Yeah, she's got some silver in her hair too. I don't think we can depose the emperor, right?
这个位置已足够，我不必再往前了。显儿虽有大错，但毕竟是一国之君，有我在一天，便不会让他乱了我圣朝社稷。让陛下来见我。
是，太后。
Oh, I have to depose the emperor. Okay.
往后的日子，他继续做他的傀儡，你继续做你的太后。你为圣朝呕心沥血，付出了一切，如此数年，直到你离世。后世称你为圣朝最为贤良的太后。
We want to be the empress, right? Not the empress dowager, right?
被称为弘道之治。朝堂上，那面珠帘始终遮挡着你的视线。 终其一生
The beaded curtain's really pretty though.
未能看到珠帘之外的风景。
Ooh. Okie dokie. Guess we gotta depose him. Road to Empress Shadow.
如此昏庸，实在难当大任。不过，废帝之事，还需要有人支持。
太后的意思是？
Okay. Shaded, he won't abdicate willingly. Guarantee the chancellors a place among the heroes, imperial guards, use force. We don't want to use force, I think. Empress Wei, promise her status remains unchanged. I don't think she cares about the emperor. I think it's either Wei or the chancellors. Let's go for Empress Wei.
让韦皇后来见我。
Let's see.
当晚，你允诺韦皇后，废除皇帝后，新皇帝登基，她依然会是皇后。韦皇后惊诧之余，选择答应了你。
I fucking knew it. But 3 days later. Oh shit. Okay. This bitch. Okay, so maybe the chancellors?
你以无权的太后之身过完了余生。
Okay, we gotta go for the chancellors, maybe.
"让其他宰相们来见我。
是，太后。
当晚，宰相们听闻你的决策和允诺，皆惊愕不已，无法认同太后废帝的惊天之举。
These fucking bastards. Alright, it's not that then. Do we have to use force? Really? Surely not. I don't want to use force.
让陛下来见我。
Regicide is the only way. There's a pattern here.
李显虽万般不愿，但还是选择答应了你。
God fucking damn it, we have to use force. Are you fucking kidding me?
让羽林军2位统帅。
I'm too old for this shit, bro.
是，太后。
上朝。
I miss Yefu.
传朕旨意，封国丈韦玄真为中书令，雍州
Hello, Normanton. How's it
敬
going?
拜太尉。
微臣谢过陛下。
所有韦氏男丁皆拜官4品以上，具体官职由韦国丈来定夺。
谢陛下。
慢着。
he's fucking sweating.
皇帝昏庸无能，乱我圣朝纲纪，不能为一国之君。废李显为庐陵王。
母后，你
来人，扶庐陵王下殿。
不，母后，朕有何罪？
庐陵王想要将圣朝江山交给韦家，何谈无罪？来人，扶庐陵王下殿。
庐陵王，母后，朕没有错，母后。
I feel kind of bad for him. He's just a dumbass. That just leaves our daughter, right? And the other son.
堂堂天子被太后废去，如此惊世骇俗之事，竟在我朝发生。
怎么着也是自己的亲生儿子，竟能如此不顾情分，连羽林军都用上，品阶司臣，女子干政，李氏威仪。
Ascend the throne myself, bitch. I probably gotta appoint a new emperor, right?
你不想再等了。5日后，你宣布登基为帝，朝野惊骇，民间震荡。先帝驾崩不过2月，新帝登基不过2月，你此时以太后之身强行登基，叛军四起，天下大乱。
Ah, fuck, we have to wait a bit. Holy shit, we haven't seen this in a long time. Okay, we gotta appoint a new emperor, I suppose.
你知道，如今时机未到。
What about little Suye?
葬送一切。翌日，你立你的第4子李旦。
Oh, Li Dan. Oh, we have a 4th son, right?
天下，而你继续以太后之尊。 临朝称制。
报！将军，京城急报，太后废掉了天子李显，改立第4子李旦为新君。
下去吧。
是。
我那弟弟李旦更是无用，看来母后是按捺不住，想改朝换代。
实在可笑！天下人怎可能容忍一介女
The
子
other son.
他这是玩火自焚。
我们自当
Can you appoint Yifu? Yeah, can we get Yifu in here?
陛下，近日南方暴雨不断，江南各郡联名上奏，请求修固水利工事。
这，母后觉得呢？
准奏。
准奏。
陛下，当前恰逢北戎内乱，北境将领上书请战。
母后，
内乱乃北戎家务事，命北境军按兵不动，隔岸观火。
军情急报：临淮郡王之孙徐敬业联合废太子李贤，在扬州起兵叛乱，向洛阳进军。
贤哥哥来了！
These guys.
兵见太后还政。 匡扶李氏江山的口号，10日之内便号召了10万之众啊！陛下，
这般号召之力有10万人了，这如何是
可笑啊
Yeah, there's no way.
还政，匡扶李氏，明明陛下才是李氏正统，他们想匡扶的究竟是李氏，还是他们自己的私心？叛贼妖言惑众，蛊惑人心。 还请陛下拟一封讨逆贼书，昭告天下，以正视听。
You know, it's funny because he looks like the oldest out of all the sons.
乘务庭，调拨兵马，准备平叛。
是。
Crush the rebellion and secure the dynasty. Okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
当头棒喝，李氏2字于天下人如天神甘霖。 这场战事，将你和江山的命运皆裹挟其中，只能胜，不能败。
太后， 朝廷的平叛大军已集结完毕，只是这主帅的人选还需要太后来定夺。
皇上驾到！
免礼。见过母后。
蛋儿，讨逆贼书写好了，呈上来，让母后瞧瞧。
Why does he look like that? What's that say?
此地位书，你这是何意？
母后，孩儿不愿与李贤哥哥争斗，不如辞去皇位，让给贤哥哥。
荒唐！天子之位，岂是能让的？
自孩儿记事起，李贤哥哥总让着孩儿，孩儿不愿与哥哥兵戎相见。
他如今已是叛贼，你若顾念旧情，置圣朝于何处？置母后于何处？
可孩儿无能。圣朝也好，母后的期望也好，都不是孩儿能负担的事情。
Road to Empress 3, Genghis Khan. You're about at war, this will be hard. Nah, will not. Scold him back to his senses, throw him in prison, grant his request. If fuck it, grant his request, why the fuck not? Post affirmation, I am the best empress. No, positive affirmation, I think that I am the funniest person alive. Look at my shirt and tell me I'm wrong.
那孩儿便告退了。
Where is this gonna lead? Don't tell me this was the right answer.
这孩儿们一个个都不成器，让季相见笑了。你方才所言军情一事，继续说。
太后，叛军来势汹汹，这主帅之人，还请太后早做决定。
Who you appoint as commander? Legitimacy, member of the Wu clan. Let them turn on their own? There's no way this would happen, right? There's no way this would happen. This feels like the obvious option, which means it's not. But let's go for it.
叛军打着匡扶李氏的口号，那我便任命一个真正的李氏族人做行军主帅，让叛军名不正言不顺。左金吾卫将军李孝义在军中颇有威望，又是高祖的堂侄，便选他吧。
是，太后。
你派遣30万兵马平叛，战事初期很快占据上风，可却还是有越来越多的人加入徐敬业的叛军。
Oh, what the fuck?
他们冠正义之名，是要为圣朝除了你这个乱政奸淫。
Hey, look! It's us!
没想到徐敬业竟率军攻占了润州，还杀死了刺史。李贤与徐敬业已于割据南边，另立新都。难不成我圣朝的疆土要被一分为二？可悲！
Did I fuck up? Or is this right? One guy's name went to camp. Wait, what do you mean?
太后，前线急报，李将军久攻叛军不下，伤亡惨重，便坚守不出，不再出战。李将军求太后再派20万兵马驰援。
荒唐！本宫刚给他30万兵马，如今又要20万。
谁能救圣朝啊？贤弟若在天有灵，定要痛心疾首啊！
太后，臣有一计，可兵不血刃，使叛军即可投降。
哎？
是何良计？
Surrender myself.
只要太后还政于天子，
fucking figured.
便失去叛乱的理由。这群乌合之众将不攻自破，
说什么？
叛乱兴起，不就是因为女子干政，才惹得天怒人怨的吗？
放肆！此时此刻，你不思如何退敌，却还在大肆动摇军心，其心可诛。拖下去，关入天牢。
太后，还请还政，还政啊！还我圣朝安宁啊！先帝若在天有灵，定要痛心疾首啊！
Wait, so is this the correct path?
拖下去。
Am I, like, I'm so confused. Or is this just a really elaborate ending?
恳请太后还政！恳请太后还政！恳请太后还政！还我圣朝安宁啊！
你们，如今外敌当前，你们不思对策，却是与叛军站在一边。
太后，臣等绝非站在叛贼一边。 而是站在圣朝将士一边。这些是从前线阵亡将士身上发现的，恳请太后读一读吧。
儿啊，昨宵梦中见你归来，
娘
想伸手相抱，
怕是回不去
却
了，
扑了空。
待朝廷府薛来了，给弟弟添件冬衣吧。
大帐冲锋的时候不要太靠近，
好好的活着，
为娘不要你
活
破军功，只想要你平安回家。
昨日我杀之敌，乃同乡故友正气。
我把我的一缕头发寄还
替家书一并寄。
若我真的埋骨他乡，收拾不成，
孩儿许愿回不去，
就用他葬在坟里吧。
千万别告诉娘亲，你们俩多保重。
母亲不要伤心。
我亲历百劫之战，怎会不知战争之残忍？如此更该全力抗敌，速速平定战事。
太后，休要再自欺欺人了。战事本就因太后而起，叩请太后还政。
Why? See, why are we blaming her and not the people that started the fucking war?
记下，我励精图治，日夜操劳。我比这店里的每一个人都盼着圣朝兴盛。你说，我错了吗？
太后有没有错？这一方殿内的声音可以不听。 但臣想陪太后，去听一听天下人的声音。
天下，
Oh boy. Yifu would never! Yifu would be my ride or die! What is this?
太后可以不顾礼法，却不能不顾自己的子民。
你以为我还政，战事就会平息吗？
臣只知道，若太后不愿还政，就会出现更多的徐敬业揭竿而起。
臣愿以死明谏，还请太后为大局、为苍生、为天下还政，请太后还政。
请太后还政，我等
Damn.
以死明谏，请太后为大局、为苍生、为天下还政。请太后还政，请太后还政，请太后还政，我等愿以死明谏。请太后还政，请太后还政。
太后！太后！
赵儿，你还好吗？你醒了？
陛下。
赵儿，再多睡会儿吧。
陛下，赵儿刚刚做了一个意味悠长的梦，梦里陛下已经不在我身边了。
那你一定很累吧？
嗯，孑然一身的感觉真的不好受。
你可以永远在我怀里，便不会再做这种梦了。
陛下，
委员长，
谁在叫我？
不要在意这些声音，睡吧。
这些人阴魂不散，我要和他们做个了断。
赵儿，别走。
武媚娘，出来！出来！出来！出来！
我不希望你继续受苦，留在我身边，好吗？
We gotta leave.
陛下，赵儿此生还有必须完成之事。
你一直都有自己的主见，那便去吧。
谢陛下。
拜拜，
赵儿，朝露克制，勿负此生。
I have no idea what's going on, honestly.
请陛下下旨王万陛下，我绝不能留我要与恶不战。
赵儿，你不能忘了一幕，你不能把一幕忘了。赵儿，你不能忘了一幕啊！你不能忘了一幕啊！你不能啊！赵儿，赵儿，
武媚娘，我的月儿呢？ 我的月儿呢？
武元璋，我要替我父亲报仇，你还我那个让我敬重的父亲。我的钟儿没有谋反，钟儿，你还我钟儿！
我的陛下他不爱我了， 他不爱我，都怪你我残忍，我的陈王不信我了。武媚娘，这几十年的后位，你做的可舒心，可满意？
We got everyone for this.
我们彼此争斗，斗得你死我活，到头来，不还是被这高高的宫墙遮住了望眼？胜如何？败又如何？我们不还都一样？不，你跟我们不一样。
Not the Lotus fucking hairpin!
你爬到了世间女子难以企及的高处，而我都是你的垫脚石。可你现在竟然害怕，你想逃，你想安稳的睡下去，凭什么？所以你就该比我们更痛。你要带着我们的恨，带着天下女子之恨，挣扎不休。痛吗？
Is this getting wokey?
痛就快醒过来，去承受比我们多100倍、1000倍的痛苦。痛会醒过来，快醒来！记住我们的痛苦，记住我们的痛苦，快醒来
I don't think this part actually happened. Is this girl power? But it's a little bit cringy girl power. I can't read anything that is being said here. Do we have anyone that's able to translate? I can't read a single fucking word. Bad Yelp reviews? That's just fire. Grok translate. Oh, who's this now?
你还好吗？
My daughter, maybe? Oh.
你怎么来了？你看起来好像很失落。如今我众叛亲离，受世人唾弃，战火皆因我而起，连我最信任的臣子。
So was this like the legit route? I was supposed to just let him abdicate himself and be like, oh, okay.
你觉得自己做错了吗？我拼尽全力追寻半生，一直在做自己心里觉得对的事情，挣脱枷锁，冲破束缚。 可现在所有人都叫我回头，我却依旧不肯停下脚步。你说，我
I said she was a Time Lord. What, you guys believe everything that comes out of my mouth? That's a you problem, not a me problem.
贪心，就算是贪心，那你觉得你所做的一切都是随心的吗？随心
No, because I don't get that option to.
是。
If I pick what's true to my heart, I get the dead
我
end.
野心、妄心、贪心，可这一切都是我的选择，也都是随我心的选择。既然是
You
自
and
己
lie
的
to us on the
选择
internet?
什么心
都不如
Yeah, right. Sure thing, buddy.
谢谢你。若世间以对错为法则，拼力阻我，便只做我心中唯一想要的选择。
I learned my lesson. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Maybe there's a secret one I can click. No, what if I... This isn't... No, that was the only option.
说，我要做我心中想做的事。
Nigerian prince.
曾说，见天子。
I am your Nigerian prince, but I need the... I don't know how much they usually... I need like 500 pounds to come and visit you.
是我自己。
给你。
God, your outfit is gorgeous. What am I gonna do? Beat people over the head with that? Oh, it was all a dream. Steam wallet codes? I think they're getting rid of Steam cards, right?
现在，我比任何时候都清醒，是非对错，且由后人评说去。
They require a small loan of 1,013 pounds and 57 pence. So true.
西西，主子，昨日退朝后，主子便一直将自己关在书房。西西很担心主子的身体。主子接下来
She's in kill all men.
攘外安内。如今，朝堂内反武势力众多，朝堂外叛军士气高昂，欲让外者必先安内，而非常之时，当用非常手段。你设四色铜轨。
You lost your screen to build the third monitor. What do you mean, build your monitor?
各怀鬼胎、扰乱人心之人。
罪臣程务庭妄图动摇社稷根基，非为庶人，此生不得入军营。
你以雷霆之势，迅速平息朝堂内乱。
臣永远感念太后的知遇之恩。
臣愧对圣朝。
而此次
Hello,
内
Mira.
乱之中，还有一人正等待着你的裁决。
都下去吧。
是。
Cleanest jail cells I've ever seen.
拜见太后。
今日你不必当我是太后，你我已有30年的交情，也称得上一句知己。便坐下闲话一二吧。
She's finally getting older. Yeah, they put some makeup on her.
你还是和我初见时一样，遇到任何事都这副波澜不惊的模样。
初见，当年我们初见时，
I need to know what pomade they're using on this guy's brows.
其实继母早就看出来了，那是你的设计。可是，在我思索过后，我反倒十分钦佩于你，觉得与你共事，必成大业。
如今我们的确共成了大业，只是今日结局，你可有后悔？
后悔。
我最信任的人，仅因聘姬司臣一言，背叛于我，可惜，可叹。
在我看来，聘姬司臣乃是天底下最迂腐可笑之言，但却是天下人的金科玉律。徐敬业仅凭此言论，便轻易号召10万之众。若太后继续执迷不悟的话，还会有张敬业、王敬业，圣朝必定陷入无限的战火之中。臣不愿意看到太后背负着千古的骂名。
I'll build my golden age no matter what they call me. Because I am queen shit.
这么多年，却依旧不够了解我。你真的就对我这么没有信心？觉得只要我掌权，天下就一定会大乱吗？若我可以开创太平盛世，又当如何？
那臣必在九泉之下，铸有太后的盛世，流芳千秋万代。
From the underworld, this guy's killing himself or what?
罪臣季怀中已尽到了圣朝臣子的职责，只求太后赐臣一死。
Wow, that's a bit dramatic, don't we think?
赐死你，反倒成全了你的名节。
Fuck you, you're living.
你就在这牢里守着，好好看看我的路如何走下去。
此刻，朝野内乱皆由你亲手平息，内忧既解，再无掣肘。而接下来，便是速斩外敌。
Okay, last chapter, guys. Wait.
召你回来，是因为有一件事，只有你能办。
My boy! What's with the mask? Does he know? Do you think he knows? Do you think that's to appeal to me? Do you think that was for me? That was like a little gift for me? Well, because you know I do like masks. Yifu turns up wearing one. Guys, I might be a Yifu simp.
徐敬业能轻易号召10万叛军，只因他的军中有贤儿坐镇。这是蛋儿
Did it work?
前几日所做的此地位书，在贤儿等人眼里，当年是我放弃了你，你现在就作为我的敌人，凭借此书，冒充蛋儿的使者，获取贤儿的信任，设法离间贤儿和徐敬业，坐实徐敬业乱臣贼子之名，乱其军心，从内部瓦解敌军。
太后此计确实是个破局的好方法。臣领命。但在臣临走时有个问题想问太后：太后不惜母子反目，背负骂名，也要将朝政独揽手中，如此执着究竟是为何呀？
臣想听太后真心话。
For the Shang Dynasty, for my own ambition? I don't know who it was for. What is the truth? It's my own ambition, right?
我做的一切，都是为了我自己的野心。我想登上权力的顶峰，建立前无古人之业。我想告诉天下人，我武元昭，身为女子，亦可开创盛世，治国兴邦。 我想闯一闯，试一试。我想看看高处的风景究竟有何不同。我想过我愿过的一生。
Is he happy or sad? Do I need to go back?
谢太后。
Okay, he's happy. He's happy. Do we need the mass version now? Maybe I'll take a screenshot later. I don't know how long is left of this, and I need to go eat at some point, so I can't be dallying too long. But I might have to go take a screenshot of and put the masked version on.
安排妥当后，便不舍昼夜，全力投身战局，一如当年你亲
I'm so happy Yifu came back.
破釜沉舟，志在必得。
41 was last year, but we don't know how long 41 is.
太后。
Yeah, 41 is the last. But we don't know how long it is. Like, considering, like, fucking chapter 40 was 10 years.
属下已按太后吩咐，部署粮草，分水陆3线送至前线。
辛苦你们了，下去吧。
是。
I shipped them, but I'm pretty sure everyone here is like a eunuch, so...
如今战事日渐明朗，还是要保重身体啊。
小柚子
Yoshi's also getting a little old. Everyone's getting old.
是。
未曾想，竟路过了这里。 一晃，已是几十个年头了。
哟，大名鼎鼎的罪臣上官仪的孙女，今日这衣服洗得如何了？上官婉儿又在干活的时候看书，双目错业。
口口声声说认命的是你们，可你们不过是自欺欺人罢了。你们若是真的认命了，便不会因为我的一点不合群之举。
这里都是罪奴所居，主子万心之躯，还是别进去了。
Don't tell me what to do. I'm literally the Empress.
拜见太后。太后怎么一直心情自放我们的宝？这辈子居然能见到太后，是福是祸呀！
谁是上官婉儿？到我跟前来。
Ooh, the side eye.
奴婢上官婉儿，拜见太后。
你是上官仪的孙女。
武后身为女子，理应安守后宫，可这些年她却聘姬司臣，一步步乱我圣朝纲纪。
回太后的话，是。
I love reading.
你身为女子，还是罪臣家眷，此生都将困在这掖庭宫中做杂活，为何你还要读书，不愿安于现状？
太后不也走上朝堂，不愿安于后宫吗？
大胆！
上官仪当年以聘姬司臣之言弹劾我，我将他赐死， 你觉得冤吗？
祖父当年将书中之言视为天理王法，却令天下女子上上朝廷枷锁，多少女儿志埋没后宅中，因此祖父有错。但祖父错不知死，故祖父冤。
你不怕我杀了你？
怕。但婉儿不愿欺瞒太后。
你特立独
I'd be dead on the spot, by the way.
之地，待众人讥讽你、羞辱你之时，你还能守住本心吗？
朝中重臣反对太后，可太后还是义无反顾，坚持自己心中对的事。抚养不愧天地，褒贬自有春秋。婉儿愿以太后为范。
我就这样看着这个女孩，眼前之景，不知为何竟有些恍惚。
What happened to my daughter, by the way? Don't I have one of those? Are we just gonna ignore the fact that I have a daughter? Did anything get said about said daughter?
许久没有这么可爱的人了。传我令，封上官婉儿为五品才人。
谢太后。
往后，你就跟在我身边。
是，太后。
捷报！捷报！捷报！
Winner。
太后，太后，前线捷报，我军大破徐叛军，现已回朝。如今不少人称赞太后，仅用1个月就平叛告捷，
甚好。
但是太后，礼贤殿下他死在了叛军中。 太后节哀。
李义府可有平安归来？
太后，这是潜伏于敌营中的眼线。
Don't you dare！
传回的李将军绝笔书。李将军数次为我军传递关键情报，更成功离间礼贤殿下与徐敬业，是此战的功臣。
待太后见到此信，无论臣之使命是否告成，辽祥已不在人世。臣入逆营，面见礼贤殿下，向其示以陛下亲笔，辞帝未数，以得其信任，借此潜伏逆营。而后一步步设法引礼贤殿下与徐敬业2人互相猜忌，迟至分崩离析。臣引徐敬业亲信制造骚乱，贤殿下 死于骚乱之中，
把他给我拿下！
徐敬业，你坚持殿下调剂战火，
住口！
但李将军他身份暴露，他在敌营牺牲了。
I can't go back and kill him, can I? Oh, fuck. There was no option to kill him. It was to kill the higher-ups.
此乃
No!
臣为太后所做最后一事，臣愿助太后独行不息，所愿皆成。依服此生得遇太后，无悔，唯有所憾，也是未能 亲眼目睹太后将来开创辉煌盛世之景，罪臣李义府绝笔。
徐敬业叛军被彻底击溃后，徐 徐敬业死在了乱军之中。和徐敬业的死讯一起传入洛阳的，还有一封曾经流传在民间的讨武檄文。
太后，徐敬业的叛军中有一个叫骆宾王的文人，曾为叛军书写了一篇讨武世檄，在民间传得沸沸扬扬。
讨武世檄，呈上来。
太后，此文通篇诽谤，言语不堪入耳，实在是……
给我瞧瞧。为临讨武士者，性非和顺，帝时寒微，西充圣帝下臣，曾以更衣入室，既乎晚节，秽乱春宫。前引先帝之私，因图后房之弊，入门见疾，峨眉不肯让人，掩袖宫蝉，狐媚偏能惑主。请看今日之狱中
Google Docky. We don't even get a funeral. No, this is crazy. We're probably not gonna get like a proper video thing either, like we did with other people.
骆宾王写出如此奇文，理应在朝为官，你们却让这样一个有才之人流落民间，为贼人所用，是你们失职啊！太后恕罪。为何这般辞藻华丽的荒唐之言，竟有那么多人信以为真？或许，这世俗偏见，便如同这面珠帘，它能帮我挡住世人的目光，却挡不住世俗的阴影。女人，凭什么只能在这珠帘后面？是时候改变这一切了。
Oh, fuck yeah. Tear it down. No, that did not happen.
我要让他们明白，女人可以做皇帝，我便是天命所归。
Oh God, the
如今
CGI.
的我已经拥有了登临帝位所需的条件和功绩，可只要世俗观念依然根深蒂固，我离地位既是最近，却也最远。
I don't know what I do. Build a new palace, raise more temples, construct a fucking build a new I don't fucking know, whatever you want to do, bro.
6个月后，新的皇宫在你的遗旨下修建完成。
I don't know. Spread some songs too, why the fuck not? Hi Ainz, how's it going?
为你编写民谣，于各地流传。朝臣百姓依然无法接受你一个女人做皇帝。
Fucker.
各地反对你的势力组成了一个又一个
Oh,
叛
that
军
wasn't good enough.
以势如破竹之势向圣安打来。朝政不稳， 天下大乱。
I fucked up. I fucked up. My bad, Chief. I don't know what this means.
你遣人发掘御史女帝的祥瑞事件，于各地流传。朝臣百姓。
Oh, fuck off, bro. Just accept me.
你遣人重提太史令女主武王谶言，于各地流传。朝臣百姓依然无法
Bro. Okay, so this was not good enough.
6个月后，更多的寺庙在你的遗旨下。
Do I need the thing that it was like taking note of my thing?
6个月后。
Oh, okay, people noted your choice. God, I hope none of this is AI. I can't. Doesn't look the worst. And then we want to do this, right? I'm chilling. Well, I'm grieving actually, but I'm chilling.
于各地流传。明堂作为皇权象征，从古至今，唯有你开了允百姓观皇室建筑之先河，你的民心得到了极大的提升。垂拱4年，在洛水河边浮上了一块紫色的石头。 上面竟然刻着“圣母临人，永昌帝业”。百姓开始逐渐的相信，你便是天命所归的女皇。
I think this is AI as fuck, by the way.
其实是你自己。
No indication. I mean, it really. Let me go back. I can't. A grand Buddha? Yeah, sure. Why not? Just some bad CGI. I was looking at the way that something flapped and it just looked like it was melting into each other. The quality is so bad. Just because they don't mention that they're using AI doesn't necessarily mean that. I mean, by Steam, they're supposed to say they are. I think it's a mixture of AI and bad CGI. Like this hand here. This really looks AI generated. It's either AI generated or there's a lot of assistance. I think it's really cheeky that they hid this at the end. That's kind of really disappointing. Man, not when I'm still grieving. The music's too loud.
震惊怀柔百神，对阳上帝，三灵眷佑，万国来庭。
Am I gonna be old now?
千秋颂德天书。
That's kind of depressing. Everything else looked so good.
行政之方，所以洪夫正道，宣明礼乐。
Oh jeez.
万民
I miss Leafer. Leafer wouldn't use AI.
殿试武举，立士官之治，广开科举。朕亲颁农桑书典，博赋轻徭，兴修水渠，使海内丰人以安黎庶。尽天下妇人为排忧之系，破除女子不得干政之陈旧铁律。收复边关4镇， 至北境都护府，以固西域之志，护丝路之通。四方不足，臣服归属。朕上达灵旗之卷，下顺义诏之心。今朕以载初元年9月9日，赐国号为周，改元天授。
Oh shit！
大赦天下。天授元年9月初9，你的登基大典，百官朝贺，万民同庆。终于，你站上了权力的最巅峰，翻手可创盛世，覆手可护苍生。53年了，从初入宫到再次入宫。从再次入宫
53 years, so I'm like 60.
这53年，每一日都步步惊心，如履刀刃之上。你杀了很多人，该杀的、不该杀的，你一直向前，从未停止自己的脚步，更从未后悔自己做过的每一件事。如今天下入怀。你便是这江山天命所归。曾经的我，活在前人制定的礼仪教条之下，亲睹女子为自己而活的诸多不易和掣肘。无数女子被送入宫，为家族，为他人，成为一句句红颜枯骨。从未有一天真正为自己活，而聘姬司臣之言，便轻而易举地摧毁了女子们所有的前行之路。这一路走来，无比艰辛。可我更明白，唯有做那万人之上。
Gigi hasn't aged a day. They didn't bother with Gigi's makeup.
方能为身后万世之女子开出一条照得进光的前路。历朝历代从未有过的事，便由我开始。
Well, guys, I'm Empress now, but at what cost? Oh, there's some grey. They put grey in everyone's.
朕承天命，开创五洲。朕之五洲，天下之五洲，百姓之五洲，自今而始。这盛世天下，与尔等共享。
吾皇万岁万岁万万岁！吾皇万岁万岁万万岁！吾皇万岁万岁万万岁！
No QTE. Wow, that transition was so seamless. Holy crap.
天授元年9月初9，67岁的你登上皇位，改国号为周，成为了从古至今第一位，也是唯一的一位女皇帝。
You're gonna have to read this yourself. I can read it, but I can't read it that fast out loud. I don't think there's gonna be a road to Empress 3. "12 hours I spent." Okay, we outranked a lot of players, damn. Sick. My decisiveness is so low compared to everything else, bro. Issue ethics review memorials. Sure. What? Matchmaking machine. I don't have time for this. Honor. We're honoring. I love ruler. I'm not reading all that. I'm ignoring this guy. Honoring. Issue. Let's go. Resume. Fucking ignore. There we go. Review memorials. Discuss this. Your Majesty, your humble servant has developed a machine capable of matching romantic partners through their birth charts. It analyzes yin-yang balance in the 5 elements with flawless precision, far surpassing ordinary matchmakers. Your humble servant requests its funding to promote it across the realm. Marriage is a lifelong matter. How can something so important be left to gears and machinery? Well, perhaps love can come after marriage. One never knows without trying. Love begins with a feeling and deepens with devotion. No machine can measure that by spinning a few years. But so many people struggle to find companionship. I only wish to help. Rushing blindly into marriage is hardly better than remaining single forever. She's got a fucking point. Remaining unmarried may suit Lord Xi just fine, but not everyone enjoys being alone. Dude, you're giving incel. I'm fucking declining this. This is getting declined. This seems a bit tacked on. Yeah, this is like, just forget about the... We're rejecting this. Economy. Feng Shui business. Large tracts of wilderness remain unsolid. Your humble servant proposes inviting Feng Shui masters to evaluate the land. Yeah, I fucking love Feng Shui. Your Majesty, those wasteland plots outside the city won't sell. Why not have Feng Shui masters declare it a blessed land? Can I, like, speed this up? We're getting the Feng Shui guys in on this. I fucking love Feng Shui. Yeah, Lord D, you're being way too harsh, bro. Shilai Bao is literally... Look at her. We're fucking... Like, I don't even have to read what's going on here. I'm on her side. All that fun, come back next. I'd rather just finish this off now. I'll get some food in a bit. Approved. Approved! Your Majesty, please reconsider. Fuck you. I will not be doing that. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Yikes. My bad. Adding a new melody supply drum, stirring the soldiers longing for home, making their determination to... I don't care. Holy shit. Can I be honest with you? These people look AI generated. Guys, what are you thinking? Yay or nay? I don't really care for this one. He's got a point. Yeah, we'll just fucking reject this. Let's go. The Divine Capital grows invariably crowded during holidays. Your humble servant proposes encouraging citizens to travel. Okay. Oh! She's here! She is still here! I think... Are these people really... Look at the... I don't want to be rude, but... Are we approving this? I think we're going with our daughter. I don't fucking care for you. Reject. Alright, what's the final results? My trait sketch. Obvious bait. Bait master. I'm a masturbator. That's what that's calling me. I'm being called a masturbator. What is this? Let me go to the menu. Alright, well. Shit. We finished Road to Empress. Crazy. Wow. Finished Road to Empress and got called a masturbator. What the fuck? That's fucked up. I'm honestly, I can't lie to you, I'm a little disappointed at the AI. There is no need for that at all. But it is what it is. They put it at the end of the game. It was very crafty of them. There's not really much I can do about that. I can't exactly unplay the game, so I do apologize for that. You thought it wouldn't take all stream? Bro, I fucking knew something like that was gonna happen. That was absolutely diabolical. The fact that it took so fucking long. I don't know, I think that some parts in that were a little elongated when they didn't need to be, but it is what it is. Oh, well. We learned a lot. We became Empress, and we grieve. My boy Yifu. But that is going to be it for me today. I need to get some food. Honestly, I'm fucking tired too. So, I will be calling it there. We ran a little bit over. I do apologize. It just took a little bit longer than I thought. But I hope you all enjoyed that regardless. I hope you all had a good time regardless. If you could stick around for just a wee bit longer, as always, I would like to raid out into someone because it makes their day seeing your faces and you get some channel points for doing so. I think we're going to go say hello to Kurano today. We haven't raided Kurano in a bit. They are playing some Grounded 2 with Velocity, which is always a good time. So we're going to go say hello to Kurano. I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a hello in the chat, ask them how their day is going. I'm sure they'd really appreciate it. Just, you know, be on your best behavior, please and thank you. Don't be a shithead. I will be there. I'll be lurking. I'll be watching. So I will see you, and you won't be welcome back here if you are going to be a dick. But you guys are usually really well behaved, so I'm sure that won't be a problem. I do have every intention of streaming tomorrow. If not, I'll let you know ahead of time in the Discord. I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll, I'll force myself to fucking get back into that Pokemon Nuzlocke. We'll see. Or maybe we'll start Spyro. Who knows? Or Delta. I don't fucking know at this point. I'm sure we'll figure something out. But, yeah, I hope you guys had a fun time today. I definitely did. This game is always a blast, and I had a very enjoyable time chatting with you guys at the start there as well. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers. Thank you all for taking the time to stop by today. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me. You guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever it is you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always, and, yeah, I will hopefully see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. Bye-bye, everyone!